did I see? What did I see? Then you sing it. What did I see? Then you swing it. That funny old tune will drive me to ruin. It came along and made me a slave. Now I'm craving things that I should crave. It came along and made me a slave. Now I'm craving things that I should crave.
Welcome. Every time. Hi everyone, welcome to another stream. Welcome to another episode of Chud Watch. How we all doing? Annie Kai, thanks for 15 months. Aries Corinthier, thanks for 2 months, has been recovering from the dreaded Rona all week. 0 out of 10, would not recommend. Time to laugh at Chuds. Mike Mack says, leaked QAnon footage of JFK's return.
Gentlemen, lock and load.
I'm familiar with Nazi zombies, or whatever game that was. No, was that communist zombies? I don't remember. I don't really play Call of Duty. I played that at a friend's house once, though. Austin Rosenberg with 45 bits says, can we watch Tornado Cash being shut down? That is funny, and it's even funnier that people are using Tornado Cash and sending... I guess I need to go into it real quick. So... Tornado Cash was a cryptocurrency website where you could go in and you could put your cryptocurrency in, and then it would mix it up with a bunch of other people's cryptocurrency, and then they'd give you some random cryptocurrency back, the same amount that you put in. Or as we like to call it in the real world, money laundering. It was a way of obfuscating where your Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever was going. So the federal government of the United States recently, I don't know if you know this, they don't like money laundering, at least when they're not the ones doing it. So they have banned basically all banks, anyone in the global financial system, anything that the United States has purview over. If your Bitcoin or whatever has touched Tornado, you legally cannot deal with it and not get in trouble. So some people, as a troll, were sending people very, very small denominations of Bitcoin that had been gone through Tornado to big Bitcoin people's accounts because it would lock them out of using their wallets in exchanges, because the system would detect this wallet has Bitcoin in it that went through Tornado, and legally we can't deal with that, so we're locking you out of the system. By the way, when you send something to someone's Bitcoin wallet, there's no, like, acceptance phase. It doesn't say, like, you know, Joshua, Graham has sent you 1 Bitcoin. Do you accept? It's just there. So if they know your Bitcoin wallet address, anyone can just drop anything into it they want. It's hilarious. Stone Corbell, thanks for 26 months. Maybe Bitcoin wasn't a good idea. You know, I'm starting to think so. Bumble Homestead, thanks for 100 bits and kicking off a hype train. This thread of Chud TikToks is a must for today's stream. Oh, please. Yes. Sure. We're doing a lot of MGTOW stuff, but we can watch that as well. We can do that first, in fact. We can do that during the hype train. Let's get into it. 75% to level 1 in the hype train. If we could get to a level 5 hype train, that would be dope. Nerny, thanks for 13 months, says, thank you for the melted content. Don't know in what way it's melted, but I'm glad you appreciate it nonetheless. Level 1 complete. Let's take a look at some of these right-wingers calling for civil war. I'm guessing because Trump is, you know, in trouble for stealing classified documents. 5% to level 2.
Well, hey, don't mind me. Just getting ready for my IRS audit. I know this is about to come.
Have you been paying your taxes? Heathen Child, 1987 with 100 bits. Right-wingers are pissed off because the Biden administration added thousands and thousands of IRS agents to the IRS. Specifically, these are IRS agents that are tasked with auditing and doing investigations of people who make over $400,000 a year. Because I don't know if you know this, but the IRS doesn't really go after wealthy people as much. But the Biden administration, very specifically, in order to address this, I'm talking very quickly, the Biden administration, in order to deal with this, has added thousands and thousands of people to the IRS in order to try and combat that and audit more wealthy people, when applicable. Not just randomly, just, you know, when things are sus, which should happen. And a bunch of right-wingers are freaking out about it because they think Joe Biden's going to send IRS agents to their house to shoot their dog or something. It's weird. Nearest Crowhill says, hey, Hannah, need a name for the next sub-baby. Stoya McNasty needs a sibling. Also, what was the name of that image generator you were using again? Love you and what you do. Dolly? D-A-L-L-E? You didn't have a second sub-baby, by the way. You're at 13 months. 18 months is the second sub-baby. Spongy Lord, thanks for 15 months, says, thanks for all the amazing, addicting content over the years. Axel54 says some bits for the train, and thank you.
Listen, I'm just like you. I've seen what happened to Trump. Yeah, it's go time. Everybody knows exactly what I'm talking about. The Democrat Nazis have gone too far.
The Democrat Nazis.
Just look at what they've said in the Senate in the past. Look at all the ammunition the IRS is buying up. Look at the new classification they come out with the MBEs. I fit that description quite nicely. Yeah.
Poetic Fox, thanks for 17 months, says almost to two Hannah. Yeah, one more month. Bumble Homestead says, I feel like most IRS agents are more bean counters accountant types rather than SWAT officer types. Yes, they are.
If you followed me on my other account,
there were a few job listings in the thousands and thousands of job listing for actual, like, agents that do, like, go out into the field, and, of course, those were the few job listings that the militia types were freaking out about, because they think the IRS is going to break into their house or whatever.
Follow me on this one as well.
5% to level 3.
Don't let them shut me up. Every time I come across one of you who have lost your account due to the Democrat Nazis on the Democrat Nazi app, I follow you.
Is Twitter the Democrat Nazi app? He's got a gun in the background, too. Lovely.
The one about the in this new bill they just drew up.
5% to level
The
3.
one about the guns and all that good stuff. They've included in it $80 billion set aside to pay IRS agents to come and take our weapons.
What? Why wouldn't the ATF do that? Like, the government isn't coming to take your guns. The United States government fucking loves guns, apparently. But, like, the IRS wouldn't come to take your guns. Why would they? That's not their role? They're not the agency that deals with firearms. The ATF is. Nick says the Democrat Nazis have gone too far, so instead, let's support the Republican Nazis. Stone Corbell, thanks for gifting a sub, 30% to level 3.
So it's going to be the IRS coming to do it. Well. You want to know how to combat this? Stop paying your taxes.
Oh, that'll go well for him. Citisaurus says, was going to go into work today to do some overtime, but decided I'd rather watch you instead, especially since I'm abnormally sleepy this afternoon. Time to get some unreasonably angry chuds. And H-Baird says, this IRS stuff is making the Jade Helm freakout look like a cogent and valid concern.
If 100,000 people got together, if 50,000 people got together and quit paying taxes, another million would follow suit. Everybody's waiting for the...
There are like 300 million people in the United States. I don't know how many are of like tax-paying age and have jobs or make an income that would be applicable to income tax. There's probably already 50,000 people in the United States who just don't pay their taxes. At least. That's why people get audited. Like, people get audited and like they get caught doing that. That's probably already a thing. Don't do that. You will get caught.
The next man to take action. So all we got to do is just freaking take action, man. As soon as people that love our cause and are supportive of our cause see us doing it, they're going to follow suit.
Things are going to get really messy, but we're getting close. So should be somewhat happy. Just look at what's going on.
Oh boy, hardcore accelerationists, the funnest. 40% to level 3 with a minute left. Nick says the best way to keep the IRS from going after you is to do the thing that will specifically make the IRS go after you. This guy can't be trusted with sharp corners, let alone firearms. Citisaurus says, how many times do people have to get absolutely anally fisted by the IRS before people learn? Don't fuck with the IRS. Even the Joker doesn't fuck with the IRS. That's canon. H-Baird says, yes, stop paying your taxes, get a felony conviction for it, lose your ability to own firearms. Also, the IRS won't take your firearms. Sounds like a plan. 40 seconds left on the hype train, 42%.
I'm going to just put this out there. I had a few people comment on my post and my brother's post. He's also the co-leader of a militia that we started, which, by the way, already has members, and people lining up. Now, religion aside, we don't believe in being segregated, so we don't care if you're black, white, Asian, Norse pig.
That's a weird thing to have to clarify. 10% to level, or 10 seconds. Oh no, it's gonna die.
Christian, Buddhist, trans, gay, lesbian, we don't fucking care because we accept anybody who is willing to fight for the Constitution and for this for the American people.
Thanks to level 2 hype train, everyone.
Now, to those who are wolves, those who are willing to stand up and fight, please follow. Please stand with us. We welcome you. And for those who are sheep, who don't want to stand, who want to trust in their government that has already failed them multiple times, and who want to bend the knee, stay the fuck off my page.
You think the FBI is going to give this guy a visit? I hope so.
I don't need sheep on my page. I need wolves that will stand with me so that we might fight this corrupt government, these corrupt cops, every fucking corrupt person in this country, and bring our country.
What do you want to bet that during, the big protests when BLM and BLM supporters were doing big protests all over the country. What do you want to bet this guy was very against that action, saying that, hey, we need to support our police, okay? Law and order.
Country back to the glory it once was. The United States of America is no longer the United States of America, and we're no longer the greatest country in the fucking world. We are
Surprise, motherfucker! We never were.
actually...
That's a weird... I think the entire concept of the greatest country in the world is not a thing. That's not a fucking thing. Anything is. That's an imaginary jingoistic concept people do to make their dicks feel hard or something. I don't know. It's really weird. There's no best country in the world. That's not how things work.
Nowhere close. We don't lead when it comes to anything. So... Just that being said, our freedom is a fucking lie. And the government's corrupt. They control everything about us, and they don't care about us. And voting has already been proven to be fake. Doesn't fucking matter. Biden would have gotten elected if the votes were real. I mean, 14 million votes over fucking night? Yeah, fucking right. Wake the fuck up. But, that being said, doesn't matter what I believe. It just means that if you're willing to stand for this Constitution and fight with the rest of us, you're a wolf. If you're not, and you want to bend the knee, you're a sheep, and you need to stay off my page and my brother's, because you're not welcome here. Now, if you're a sheep and one day you wake up and you become a wolf, you're more than welcome to join us. We don't care about your past, whoever you are, unless you're a pedophile. All we care about is the fact that you're willing to stand with us and fight for the Constitution and the...
Why is hashtag Batmangate trending? What the fuck is that?
So yesterday I decided to run my name on the DoD's website, do a background check on myself, and I'm proud to say that I am on the FBI, CIA, Interpol, and the DOJ's watch list. Same thing, our forefathers were considered extremists. They actually killed their children, the Brits did, because they signed the Declaration of Independence. They sacrificed so much for our freedoms today that are getting stripped away. Okay, by the alphabet mafia, by the pronoun mafia, by my...
Guys, are we the pronoun mafia now? Holy fuck, he just made us sound so much cooler than we are. You come to me on the day of my plush shark's wedding, asking me for a favor?
Feelings mafia and by a tyrannical government that are
Okie Dad says, yes, Hannah, we are the pronoun mafia.
overstepping their bounds for many, many years now. Okay? So, I'm doing the right thing by speaking out against them. That's how you know, because I'm on their watch list. They don't want us to be a republic. They want to keep us a controlled democracy. Fuck them.
Good morning, TikTok.
Oh, good. Finally a girl boss. We can get a girl boss domestic terrorist. I was wondering, what a sausage fest.
Nothing funny about this post. HR 4350 is a bill in the House that they have already passed. It lets the Democrats put Biden as a dictator over military and everything, which means Biden will go into martial law.
No, it doesn't. None of that's true. Also, Biden is already in control of the military. He's the president. The president is the commander-in-chief of the military.
When we go into martial law, they're only coming after conservatives and people trying to save America. This is no longer a
Yeah, that looks like a MAGA bucket hat.
joke. There's nothing funny about this.
Thanks, Catalina Gearbox, for a link.
We have got to wake up and fight. Fight like you've never fought before. I will go out in a blaze of glory before I turn against my Heavenly Father or before I turn against this country. Know that.
Oh, those look like the sanest eyes I've ever seen.
What? You don't know that's what we've been waiting to hear? Say when. Act accordingly.
The fuck?
Dear Combat Area Commandment Generals, there's 12 of you guys. You are witnessing open treason against your country. We, the people, ask you to do something about it. Now, I know a couple things that most Americans don't know. There's only two people that give you orders: Secretary of Defense, the President of the United States, who was known to have committed treason when we all found out about it during the Trump-Ukrainian phone call.
What?
The public has known about Biden's treason since 2000.
Nick says these people are the real-life version of The Walking Dead.
2019. How long have you guys known about it? Now, you combat area commanders, 11 of you are Trump appointees. Charles Flynn, you were appointed by Biden. But I know you're still a loyalist. We have 12 generals that are loyal to Trump.
I assume some of them are trying to say Biden committed treason now because of the Trump Espionage Act thing, and all they know how to do is project and say, no, you. So...
The Secretary of State and the President of the United States are the two only people that could tell them what to do. They run the whole military. What I am getting at, combat area commanders, there's only two
okay, personal space.
people that stand in the way of bringing freedom to your country. Please bring justice.
That guy should get visited. Like, all these people should probably get visited by the FBI. Maybe not the lady. I think she's just crazy. I don't think she actually made an active threat. The other ones are pretty much making active threats, though, so far.
Hey, Patriot standing by. Thank God I seen your video this morning, because I would have totally forgotten. See, here in Kentucky, a strange thing's happening too. Look at that phenomenon up there. It's where the sun, it kind of hazes behind the clouds. That's exactly what happens when it's time to take over the fucking government.
What? H-Bird says Mike Myers did it first.
Well, it's a well-known fact, Sonny Jim, that there's a secret society of the 5 wealthiest people in the world known as
the Pentaveret. And then later... and then later, he made the Netflix show The Pentaveret about that one-off joke. So.
This is all to the vets and patriots out there. There's no music on this. Just letting you know, storm's coming. We need to be prepared. This will probably get taken down.
If weather reporters in the real world were as inaccurate about the oncoming of storms as QAnon people were, I think I'd stop trusting the weatherman.
But duet this, repost this. If you're not ready yet, it's time.
You see a guy drove into the Capitol today? He drove into the barrier in front of the Capitol and then got out and shot himself in the head? You think that was like a Trump QAnon guy?
Time to get ready. The left is running rampant, and they're going to try to take rights away. And that's where the patriots and the vets need to stay.
And then, like, a day or two ago, a guy tried to break into the FBI, and then he got shot by the police. Well, by FBI agents.
Stand up. and defend the Constitution.
I don't think suicide by cops to own the libs is, like, the best thing they could do for themselves. I'm just putting it out there.
Against all enemies, foreign or domestic.
Jesus, how many of these are there? Oh my god.
Not in the slightest. It's pointless to hide if you're trying to send a message. They're more afraid of us than we are of them. They signed H.R. 1808 and barricaded themselves in.
Sky Comet says Dark Biden is bringing the storm. Malarkey!
We got the weaponization of the FBI and law enforcement on true red-blooded, patriotic Americans. Just wait until the IRS is weaponized against every single one of us. And then they...
Pay your fucking taxes, loser! How much could you possibly be making a year? I doubt your taxes are that much. If you're not self-employed and you're through an employer, probably it's already being covered by what they take out every week. Like, you're fine. Nick says, wow, the cops are going after white people now to fund the police and the FBI.
Seize guns, or try to seize the guns through tax audits. 87,000.
Your guns would only be seized via tax audits if you were found guilty of committing felony tax fraud and then were disallowed from owning a gun. The solution to that is easy. Don't commit felony tax fraud.
New, fully armed and trained IRS agents are about to start knocking on doors, folks. That makes the IRS the biggest federal institution in America, bigger than the Pentagon, CIA, I think all of them, honestly. And they're armed to the fucking teeth.
Man, they just say stuff. They just fucking say stuff. Power Rangers is trending. It might just be my personal trending, because that's a topic that interests me.
This is very good stuff. Shut up and listen.
Our constitutional republic is dead. August 8th, 2022 will go down in history as a day of infamy. The unprecedented raid on a former president's home confirms a post-Republican era for America. It's not...
Let's not tell them how to avoid losing their guns. Let's just let it play out. Hey, they're not going to listen to me anyway, so...
Now a leftist dictatorship with the acquiescence...
I think it's funnier if we warn them and they still do it.
...of establishment politicians of both parties. The usual toothless threats of investigation from Kevin McCarthy and other rhinos are a waste of time. The FBI raid on President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home should be cause for the Republicans in Washington to throw out the archaic rule books and establish a shadow Congress. We're done with investigations.
What?
Decorum, and
what the fuck does that even mean? Exo Deadlock, thanks for 12 months. Happy anniversary. Says infamy, infamy. They've all got it in for me. Nick with 45-bit says, if you unironically use the term rhino, you're a fascist, full stop.
Bipartisanship. The Republican Governors Association and the states with Republican majorities in their legislatures must form a consortium to declare the federal government under the Biden disadministration res publica non grata. That's an unacceptable and rejected government to those of you in Pahokee. State guards and law enforcement should be activated to oppose any federal warrant being enforced.
He's literally just saying, I want secession and a civil war.
By the FBI. These FBI individuals have placed their paychecks, pensions, and careers ahead of their country and their oath. Oaths are now just one more item to check off to get a federal job. They're meaningless to people who've lost their values and morals. I would have refused to carry out the raid and resigned on the spot. I've done it before when I couldn't continue working for people I didn't respect or were incapable of good management. The hypocritical rhino establishment insiders who no longer represent the people but only their own opinions, power, wealth, and special interest co-conspirators are as responsible as the morally bankrupt Democrats for enabling the lawless Biden junta.
Stone Corbell says, ooh, please set up a military junta, Daddy Trump.
The Republican senators who voted to confirm the fascist in sheep's clothing Merrick Garland are Murkowski, Grassley, Ernst, Moran, McConnell, Cassidy, Collins, Blunt, Tillis, Kramer, Portland, Inhofe, Lankford, Graham, Rounds, Thune, Cornyn, Romney, Moore Capito, and Ron Johnson. They are just as guilty as accessories before the fact.
Pretty sure he's just listing people he wants killed. Seriously, I gotta see how... Oh my god, are we not even halfway through this list? Holy fucking shit, are you kidding me? Oh my god, this just goes on for fucking ever. Alright, we can keep going. This is interesting to me. We will get to the MGTOW stuff. I said this yesterday.
You already know.
But my streams have usually been around 3 hours. I'm starting to extend them because I feel like the streams have been short and other people stream longer. So I'm going to try and at least do 4 hours at a time for streams. So.
Telling you already now. If they come after Trump and they hit him with some phony bullshit and he's not able to run in 2024.
Ooh, yeah, he in his head he's like, I gotta take a drag, like in a movie. I'm doing a speech. I swear to God, these people think life is like a fucking narrative.
It's on. Telling you already now. If they come after Trump and they hit him with some phony bullshit and he's not able to run in 2024.
Oh, that's it?
It's on.
Okie Dad says, if you stream for more than 4 hours, contact your doctor.
Prepare yourselves. When there's a attempted communist takeover, they don't just,
famous communist Joe Biden.
walk away. There's gonna be a fight. It's not gonna be fun. It's not gonna be pretty. But that's what happens whenever communists try to take over a country. And it's going to be a try. Because you have to fight back. You can't just allow it to happen. Where's your line in the sand? When you just say enough is enough. Before it's too late. They got you in a corner, unarmed, on a cart to the FEMA camp to be injected with a death shot, dude. Come on. You guys gotta open your eyes. They're raiding people's houses, like the previous president's house. For what?
The Espionage Act.
I guess they'll say eventually, like when they manufacture something, maybe, I don't know. Meanwhile, Joe's got all kinds of shit on it.
Y'all know what? I'm almost 62 years old, and I admit that I've thought about different ways I might die throughout my life. You know, different scenarios, different diseases, different things. But there's one thing that I can assure you never crossed my mind. And that is that I might die engaged in some sort of battle with my fellow man. Never gave it any thought.
H-Bird says they're just worried about Biden releasing the dog-faced pony soldiers on them.
Till now.
The raid on Mar-a-Lago estate. Donald Trump. Let's talk about it. 50
What? First of all, what are these filters? Second of all, I can't play this because of the song.
members.
God damn it.
Dear IRS, we the people accept your civil war. We've been waiting for this for a long time. If you bring guns to our homes, guess what? We have guns too.
If the IRS, I think the IRS does have actual armed agents that are used in, like, very specific circumstances. If the IRS had to full-on SWAT team your house for some reason, I guarantee they have bigger guns than you. They're the government. Also, pay your fucking taxes, loser.
Alright, kid. Fuck all you fake-ass motherfucking politicians and all you fucking bullshit. You know what? As far as I'm concerned, it's a wild, wild west, motherfuckers. Let's get it on.
Yeah, the post office even has armed agents. I don't know if you know that. Don't fuck with the postal service. They'll fuck you back.
I've been thinking about this whole 80,000 plus IRS agents being hired on. I hear a lot of the opinions when it comes to why they're doing it, and all of the opinions are pretty much valid. So here's a shout to all of you that might be considering taking this position and going ahead and signing on with the IRS. If you choose to put on that body armor and you choose to click...
Oh my god, the vast majority of them are people who are gonna fucking sit at a desk and look at receipts all day.
that frickin' duty belt onto your waist.
It's like they spend so much time being weekend warrior militia losers, shooting 22s, pinging cans in their backyard, that they think everyone is that kind of person. No, they're milquetoast CPAs. Mycroft75 says seizure and forfeiture agents are armed because, you know, people don't like to give up their stuff.
In pursuit of small businesses and typical Americans, you are no longer a federal agent, you are a target to every single one of us that are in the ditches, in the hollers, in the tall grass. You have to understand that you now have to choose your master.
80,000 of the IRS agents are replacing 50K agents that were fired, so it's only a net gain of 30K.
Liberty or tyranny? Choose wisely.
Does he have color contacts in? Dude, I have... What are those? They're cat eyes. They make me look intimidating. I'm looking for gasps.
If it's war that you think you really want, and ye shall get.
Oh, is it like a Snapchat filter?
There ain't no doubt about that in my mind. No doubt about that in my mind.
Whose racist uncle figured out Snapchat?
But let me ask you a question. What about you?
Max Power 1989 says, longtime YouTube viewer from Germany, first time catching you live. Thank you for your great streams. They help me relax while painting and converting Warhammer 40k and D&D miniatures. I wish you, Baja, and the cats a great future. Thank you, Max Power. Appreciate it.
You makes you think that this war is not going to reach you, because I guarantee you it is.
Oh, there he is without the contact, or without the filter. Von Tux with 100 bits says, why don't they wait until they've recovered from their hangover before they post these fits? They don't have the courage to do it while sober.
I'm gonna stop there. And this is for every patriot, God-loving, flag-loving, lady liberty-loving, countryman-loving person in this country. If it is to go down as such, then the very first fucking place every last one of us should go should be to those homes that have made it happen. You're motherfucking right. You're absolutely fucking right. If this is what you want, then
Turn off your cell phone notifications before you try and do an imitating video. It's very distracting when you're in the middle of your villainous diatribe and I hear a boop. Just saying.
When you set it off, I say we bring it to your fucking doorstep.
I think there's going to be fewer angry racist uncles at this year's Thanksgiving. A lot of them are going to be arrested by the FBI, I'm thinking. Like, holy shit, these people are losing it. Hey, here's an idea. Don't base your entire personality around supporting a known criminal. That'd be great.
I wonder if everybody went to...
And then you won't feel the need to do this. Why can't I hear anything in this?
I wonder if everybody went to a social media platform and removed...
Is this like mono in the left ear? Because I can't hear it.
I wonder if everybody...
Oh, did my audio just... Hold on. I think my audio device... No? Why
Went to
isn't
a
this one
social...
working for me?
What's up, Patriots?
Weird. Hold on. Why did these die? Give me a sec. I might have to disconnect and reconnect my headphones. One sec. Let me go to my Bluetooth settings. Sorry, everyone. It's Sassy. Thanks for 19 months. Says happy Sunday, Twitch. Disconnect. Disconnect. It's gonna work. Connect.
Some guys.
There we go.
Social media platform. And I wonder if everybody went to a social media platform and said to the government, remove the corrupt politicians or we'll follow the law and do what we're allowed to do. I wonder how quickly they would be removed if everybody rock hard meant what the fuck they said.
Rock hard meant what they said? Wow. I didn't know the seriousness of your argument was dependent upon how flaccid you were. Raging Algae says, I wish I had a time machine to go back in time and tell Alexander Graham Bell that eventually the telephone would become this tiny device that could send video, and that it would be used to chronicle the dumbest racist uprising in history via low-angle upshots of various nutjobs' nostrils.
What's up, Patriots? Got some guys down there in Florida telling me that there's more alphabets down there waving flags than they are patriots. So heads up, keep your eyes peeled and your lips sealed.
You fucking liberal Democrats are fixing to start something. I don't think you ain't goddamn fucking smart enough to realize and know your history well enough to know what's fixing to happen. They raided Mar-a-Lago, Trump. They're doing everything they can to bring that man down because they know that he's going to run in 2024 and he's going to expose more of them crooked son of bitches. But y'all keep it up. Just keep it up. You're fixing to start fucking something that down the road you're gonna be like fucking Custer when he fucking ran up on them fucking Sioux Indians and shit up in there, and he thought about the time he got his ass shot off, he was like, oh fuck, I made a big mistake. You Democratic Party are fixing to be the fucking Custers of the modern generation.
Regiology says, also your hair's been looking especially good recently. Thank you. Appreciate it.
It is, folks. You see it every day on social media. From police officers, judges, people in politics, and investigative citizens. The truth. It's here. We know what is going on. So why aren't we mobilizing and taking up arms against our government? Well,
because you're in the minority. Most people aren't that crazy. That crazy. Someone said, is Alphabet a non-white last name? No, they're talking about like 3-letter agency. FBI, CIA. They're saying the people at this rally I told you guys to go to, word is they're a bunch of undercover FBI agents, so be careful.
Let's talk about that. Why aren't we doing that? My personal belief is there's a huge fear factor. There's a comfort factor in this country. And there's...
Wait, are you telling me it's scary to try and overthrow a government with nuclear weapons, bombs, drones, and all the guns anyone could imagine? You think that might be a little scary to go up against them with your AR-15s and your Bud Light or whatever? Yeah, probably, because it's real stupid.
A denial factor in this country. Some of us don't believe anything's wrong. Some of us believe we'll die the second we try to open our mouths. And some of us just don't care. It's unfortunate. What we need on our side is our sheriffs. The law stops with you. You hold the real power in this country.
He didn't mean LGBT people. The description that I didn't read out loud explicitly made it clear he was talking about FBI agents. Yeah, sometimes they do call LGBT people like alphabet something, but that's not what he meant in that particular case.
And if we could just get our sheriffs to uphold their oath of office, we'd have something here. Because we know when shit hits the fan, we're going to be fighting the United Nations military, our own government's military, and the citizens of this country who believe it's working. We're doing good.
Okay, that's stupid. In your head, if that's really what you think's gonna happen, you should just give up, because you would lose. He's got sheriffs and anime on his side.
What we need on our side is our sheriffs. So sheriffs, deputize your citizens. Mobilize your citizens. And together, the people in this country can show the government where the true power lies.
For all you fools up here in D.C. coming after our Second Amendment rights, our First Amendment, and thinking that you guys run something, let me tell you something. Oh, let me remind you.
I'm just gonna, just for fun, break his Third Amendment right, and I'm gonna have a bunch of troops quartered in his house against his will. 'Cause suck it.
We the people, me, everyone out here that paid your freaking salary, we're not going to put up with your bullshit. I'm going to tell you something. Send them knocking. We'll send them back in a body bag. And that's all I got to say. Everybody's with me. If you're with me on this, do at this.
Why do all these old, scraggly men think they're intimidating? You're not intimidating, sir. I'm sorry.
Send DC a message. Peace, love, and chicken grease, y'all.
Over there. That's him right there. In this lane.
Yeah, the guy in the driver's seat has a Lightning Bolt SS shirt. Literal neo-Nazi.
One vehicle ahead.
Yeah.
Pop out.
All right, get the plates, guys. Just pop out and get his plates.
Right in here. Hey. Right up here. He's gonna turn again.
Pop out and get his plates.
Neo-Nazis recording themselves in the process of a crime. I'm wondering what they do here.
Remember, he's gonna turn.
There he is,
again.
right here. Get the plates.
That's him right there. That's him.
No, look, he's moving. He's moving. HFC C90.
We got him.
Shut the car.
What the fuck are these?
Really? Really? Look at this guy. Really? Go follow him. Oh, he's such a bitch. Oh my God, you guys are singing it. You fucking scumbag. Fuck. Scumbag cop. You fucking pig. You fucking puppet. Dude.
So neo-Nazis chased an undercover cop car and the cop ran away. Cops are fucking dog shit.
So let's talk about this whole FBI
saying Americans that live here in this fucking country are domestic terrorists, extremists. Let me advise the federal government on something. Hope the FBI, DEA, CIA, NSA, and whoever else fuck is watching this. I live here in Texarkana, you know, and I've already dealt with the FBI, twice to be exact, and I think I was pretty fucking polite to them. Comes the fact that you're sitting here defending these motherfucking child, pedophile, raping, murdering motherfuckers.
Nick says he's right about the DEA at least.
And they're gonna sit here and come down on me because I have a constitutional right to stand up against these tyrannical motherfuckers, and you wanna come say, this is an extreme? Well, you ain't seen extremes yet. I've served my country straight out of high school. Things that I've seen and done to protect women and children and people never fucking left me, America. Understand something and understand this right the fuck now. You label me as an extremist because I'm protecting myself.
If you plan to overthrow the government, you are a domestic terrorist, yeah. Dircher says, Guy Pearce has hit some hard times, and Radiology says, further, Liz Truss, future Prime Minister of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, has said when she gets into power, she's going to cull the civil service of people who have fallen under, quote, woke culture that strays into anti-Semitism, so it's official. If you think racism is bad or that trans people deserve rights, then you're anti-Semitic. We're having almost as much fun, happy good times here as you're having there. Wee! And H. Baird says, I wonder what these people had to say about people who live in the Middle East during the GWOT, Gulf War. Actually, I don't really wonder.
Against the government who wants me fucking gone and dead. Rather see my babies be molested and fucking tortured and raped. And you want to say I'm a motherfucking extremist?
Yeah, because you bought into a bunch of bullshit rhetoric about conspiracies that aren't true, and you allowed that to drive you towards violence. Yeah.
I ain't seen extreme yet when it comes down to my fucking kids, or my family, or the country I fucking love. Black, white, green, yellow, fucking purple, whatever the fuck y'all want.
Global war on terror, that makes sense.
Identify as today. You're fucked up human beings. You live here in this country, you have destroyed your own fucking home. But don't worry, because it's just about to pop the fuck off. And if you think that we're going to continue to deal with it any longer, you have life so fucked up. I, for one, do not tend to stand around and watch any more of this bullshit go on in the United States. Kamala Harris is a disgrace to this fucking country. And Joe Biden, well, he's just an old man being run by Obama. And y'all think we're too dumb to govern our own affairs? Mother.
I think you're making a pretty good case for that, yeah. What's he ranting about? He wants to start a civil war.
Fucker. Whew. Time is ticking. Time's a ticking, y'all. I need soldiers. Give me 5,000 motherfucking willing souls and we go to this bullshit go on in the United States. Kamala Harris is a disgrace to this fucking country. And Joe Biden, well, he's just an old man being run by Obama, and y'all think we're too dumb to govern our own affairs? Motherfucker. Whew. Time is ticking. Time's a ticking, y'all. I need soldiers. Give me 5,000 motherfucking willing souls and we go to war. Everybody's talking about they need a leader and all that. I'll lead this motherfucking band to battle. You hear me? I will lead this motherfucker to battle. That ain't a joke. I'm not afraid. I'd do this shit by myself if I knew I wasn't outnumbered. So, you're either with me or against me, you extremist. You ain't seen extreme yet. You thought BLM and Antifa burnt some shit up. Well, you just pulled the pin on the grenade, motherfuckers. We ain't gonna. I ain't finna let it happen no more. You was warned. You was fucking warned.
Hello, FBI. Please send an agent to this guy's house to say hello.
Hey, guys.
Is this the last one? Oh, no, it's not.
It's right around the corner. I'm telling you. The tyranny, the treason, that this government is perpetrating on the American people is beyond anything I've ever seen in my life. Now, in 1776, it didn't take much.
Isn't he old enough to remember segregation? But Trump being, or not even arrested, Trump being searched by the FBI and the IRS hiring more agents is the worst thing you've ever seen happen in this country?
To kick it off and start it off, these people fired the first shot. They attacked our president.
Having your place searched by the FBI because you stole documents is being attacked.
Listen, they're attacking our people daily. They fired the first shot. They have started a civil war. What are you gonna do? Pick a fucking side. Pick a fucking side. Stand on the line.
I'm gonna sit at home and drink hot chocolate and read reports about weirdos like this getting arrested by the FBI for the next year, probably, for making terroristic threats. That's a joke. I don't think anything in particular is actually going to happen to any of these people. Maybe one or two will get a visit, a knock on the door like, hey, knock it with the terroristic threats, but I don't think anything will happen to most of them, unless they actually go out and do some stupid shit.
You know, my father taught me as a young man.
That's got music
on.
All
right, with the FBI raiding Trump's place, that shows each and every one of us that we're next. So it's time to hit the streets. There's 350-something million of us. We are the largest.
You didn't even win the last election. Why do you think that everyone in America is on your side? They're not.
Just standing army in the world.
Also, you're including the elderly and children in that figure, so...
They can't stop us. No matter how many tanks or guns that they have, we got 3 times as much. They can't stop us. Don't let them stop you. Don't let them come to your house. When they come to your house, make a phone call. You got hundreds of friends. Tell them to bring their guns. Chase these motherfuckers off your property. We run this motherfucker. Government don't. We the people.
It is so interesting how far-right people delude themselves into believing that the vast majority of people in this country believe the same things they do. Like, how do I put this? I like my political views, but I'm not under the delusion that my political views are necessarily shared by the majority of people. In the spectrum that is American politics, especially amongst older generations, I'm quite far to the left, you know, compared to that, and I recognize that, but still recognize that there's sort of a gradient and it's going to depend upon the particular issue. These people have such a black and white, like, mentality when it comes to this stuff. It's so weird.
Of America run this motherfucker. We hired them. Time to take them out of their jobs and start over. Let's get this second civil war going. It's time. They done raided the president's house.
He said the quiet part out loud.
The best president ever in America.
Jimmy Carter got raided?
Ever. Made every person, white, black, Mexican, Indian, of all nations, money in this country. Legally. Because they went to work. Because there were jobs. It's time to stand up. What, are we gonna let this shit get worse? It's time to stand up now. Right now. Fuck going into work tomorrow. Let's get this shit cracking.
Losing your job to own the libs.
Fuck paying bills. Fuck that. No, we're not slaves no more. Wake up. We're not slaves to the government anymore. Wake the fuck up. It's time to get this shit going now.
Seriously, how many more? Oh my god, it just goes on and on and on. Look at how many of these there are. It just keeps going. Oh my god. As of right now, there are 76 of these. I'm gonna save this page and we'll go through more later, maybe. If not today, later. But I don't want to just sit here all stream and do this. Especially because that's not what the title of the video is. Radiology says, my parting shot on the way to bed is to share some good news because it's good to remember it occasionally still occurs. Landmark Swedish court case is a huge win for asexual rights. In July, the Supreme Court case in Sweden set an international precedent, stating relationships shouldn't be measured by sexual activity. Oh, good. Yeah, that makes sense. Was it something to do with, like, oh, they didn't, like, quote, consummate their marriage, so it doesn't count or something? That's good. Citisaura says, what hashtag is this following? It wasn't a hashtag, it was just a thread someone did. Here's a link, hold on. Oops. Here's a link to the thread. Let's look at Andrew Tate, because he's been busy. Whoa! If you guys didn't hear, Andrew Tate started his own multi-level marketing scheme. So that's why you've been seeing him everywhere lately. If you're on the internet and you've seen him on, like, TikTok or Instagram or Twitter or whatever, and you've been seeing him all over the place, it's because he started a multi-level marketing scheme that involves promoting his stuff.
Whoa.
You know what, Luke? Everything is going exceptionally well. I've always been that guy who knew exactly what to do all the time. Take us to Biggin Hill Airport, please, friend.
Heathrow?
Biggin Hill.
Biggin Hill?
Biggin Hill Airport, yeah, for the private plane. Everything, yeah, I know, it's a small airport. No brokies. Everything is going exceptionally well. Better than it's ever gone. I've always been that guy who knew exactly what he's supposed to do, and it's gone well all the time. I've never been that person who made a mistake and had to reform his life or that crap. No, it's been a very steady ascent towards world conquest. I've always done the right thing at the right time, worked harder than everyone else, ate my vegetables, got up, went to the gym, trained hard, made the brave decision, was never a loser like everyone else. Everyone else is like, oh, I fucked up, and now I'm not a loser. We know what you are inside. I've always been brilliant inside. I've always been that guy. But for some reason, I feel more powerful than ever before. I wake up every day and I measure my power levels in real time. Something humans don't do. They wake up and just go to work.
He measures his power levels in real time? He got one of those things from Dragon Ball. Whatever they're called. Nick says, ate my vegetables, literally better than Jordan Peterson.
I focus and I listen to the universe. How powerful do I feel today? How powerful am I? The answer is always very powerful, but recently it's been very, very powerful. And I've been trying to work out why. Why is everything going even more perfect than it normally goes? And I think
Probably because you're paying a bunch of weirdos on the internet to promote your stuff for you? It's a guess.
Come to the conclusion. I think I have worked out what it is. There are only so many hours, human hours. It's 24 hours in a day. It's X amount of people. Times it together. Some mathematician can do that. Those are the human hours. I think there are more human hours being dedicated to me now than has ever been in history.
That's probably true. Again, like I said, he started a multi-level marketing company where people go online, and if they push his videos, clips of his Instagram, clips of his YouTube channel, and then they get people to click on their link, their like affiliate link, and then sign up for his website, then they get money off of the subscription fee. Does Tate think he invented multi-level marketing? Citisaura says, I think it's super interesting how no one covers these weirdos except for you for forever, and then all of a sudden they blow up and everyone is covering them. Hey, I'm ahead of the curve, okay? I know crazy when I see it, okay? People just don't know about me, okay?
Whether the people like me, dislike me, doesn't matter. There are more human hours dedicated to the name Tate than there has literally ever been. Ever. And a lot of people like me. There's also a lot of people who don't like me. And I've realized that the people who don't like me cannot stop being obsessed with me. There is more.
You're an interesting guy, Tate. You're basically every negative stereotype about, like, toxic masculinity boiled down into a concentrate. It's kind of beautiful. It's beautiful, like a car crash, but one that's like, maybe the cars crash up in a really interesting way and they're intertwined.
More people out there in the world, hundreds, probably thousands of people sitting there just thinking, Tate, this guy, Tate. But they're saying my name. They are burning calories in real time dedicated towards me. The hours of their life.
Appreciate it. You can always burn more calories.
Dedicated towards me. They are feeding me. My ascent towards world conquest as I climb the white path towards Wudan is being aided by their endless obsessions. They can't stop it. I know it's like a bit of a cliche saying, living rent-free in someone's head, but it truly is rent-free.
I think Tate's upset because, like, multiple people have put out relatively long-form exposés on him recently, including Blair, the Illuminati, who I'm sure many of you know. I know I saw other people cover him, too. Moist Critical, I think, did something on him recently. A lot of people have been talking about him and all the bullshit he's done.
I'm getting millions and millions of dollars worth of...
Yeah, he's doing the live rent-free in your head meme.
...advertising per day.
Yeah, Hassan covered him. CoffeeZilla might have. I haven't seen that video, but it's up his alley.
Free, based on my haters making videos, trying to explain to the world that for some reason I'm a bad person. Everyone knows they're lying. I'm not...
The alleged sex trafficking is a pretty big red flag.
I'm a people trafficker. I travel the world, not even arrested. I'm fine. If I was a people trafficker, I'd be in jail, right? So I don't do anything wrong. They know they're lies, but they stick with their lies, and then they sit there and try and convince the world I'm a really bad person. What's interesting is when they make these videos...
It doesn't take that much convincing. Most people listening to you for like 5 minutes will get the gist.
100,000. Let's keep the numbers simple. 100,000 people watch it. 90,000 people blindly agree, because that's how the world works. 10,000 people do, well, who is this Tate guy? Everyone keeps talking about him. Everyone keeps saying he's so bad. Let me have a little look. And those 10,000 people who come to their own conclusions and have a little look into me, they watch my videos and they sit there and they say, you know what? He actually seems quite smart. Well, he's actually...
Doesn't he straight kidnap women? There are allegations that he has trafficked and held women against their will. Yes. Those are allegations. Legally, I have to say that.
Right about that.
He has expressly and explicitly said before on video, though, that the reason he moved to the country he moved to is because it's really easy to bribe the cops and get away with whatever he wants. So, that's interesting. I want to say Romania?
That thing. Well, I don't agree with that, but he's clever about that. That's true. Well, actually, if you look at the reviews of Hate You, a lot of people do seem to be making money. Fuck it. It's only $49. Let me give it a try. And before you know it, a percentage of my haters' audience are now part of Hustlers University. Or the war.
Then why are you making a video about it, Tate? If it's good for you, good. As long as people are out here learning about who Tate really is, I don't care what idiot gets scammed into Tate's thing. If you're dumb enough to fall for Tate, I hope he takes your money, genuinely. If you are dumb enough to think that this man can give you any kind of positive advice, please give him all your money. I hope you do. Meek says, he used to take pride in being a bad dude, but now he's pissed people call him a bad guy? It's a weird ego thing. Aries Corinthier says, this has a lot of I'm not mad vibes. Yeah.
War room, right? They'll sit there and say, the war room's a cult and Hate You's a scam. But the more they say that, the more people join and find out for themselves that neither of those things are true. It's not a cult and it's not a scam. Neither of them would have gotten as big as...
His program teaches you to drop ship things from, like, AliExpress, which you could learn on WikiHow if you really wanted to do that, but that's also scummy, so I wouldn't recommend doing it.
They've gotten...
Don't pull a soldier boy.
They were those things, right? It would have been possible for me to... It would take more energy and more effort for me to fake the number of positive reviews I have than just to create a quality product which people positively review. Doesn't even make...
Tate, your entire program is based off of a multi-level marketing scheme in which you convince people to convince other people to join your program, so positive reviews are part of that plan. They leave positive reviews to make it look better, so people will click their links so they make money. Tate's gonna make money off this. I'm sure he's already made plenty. But it's not a great idea because MLMs have a limited lifespan usually. There's sort of a limited pool of people to pull from, and in this particular case we're pulling from an even smaller pool because we're talking about like weird insecure MGTOW dudes, which is a smaller pool than that for general MLMs, I would argue. So Tate's gonna burn through all of his potential like marks in a year or two, and then he's going to be back to where he was. Now, don't get me wrong, he'll still make a lot of money off of idiots. He probably will, but then he's just going to be back to what he was doing before. So, this is an interesting period for Tate. I'm more interested in what's going to happen after this whole MLM scheme plays out than the MLM scheme itself. What's drop shipping? Drop shipping is like going on like AliExpress or some other website and buying usually cheap knockoff items in bulk and then reselling them at a profit. So let's say I go on like, I don't know, let's say I go on AliExpress, oh god, so many pop-ups, and phones and telecommunications, Android phones. Okay, I'll go here and I can buy in bulk really shitty knockoff whatever this is. This awful cheaply made Android phone, right? And you could buy multiple of these and then sell them at a profit. You see what I'm saying? That's called drop shipping, is buying a bunch of things in bulk, usually made in other countries, non-reputable brands, knockoff, stuff like that, buying a bunch of them cheaply on a website like this, then reselling them wherever you are for a profit. That's drop shipping. It's basically a scam because you're giving people shitty products that they could have gotten cheaper on their own if they just went to the same website as you.
Makes sense.
It's like scalping. It's kind of like scalping.
People end up joining and going, you know what? This guy's the real deal. Every single fucking time. So it's really...
Tea with Goblin says he's like the Pied Piper of I-words. If sad little man babies want to waste their money on his program, that's fine with me. I just look forward to the day that all his misogynistic abuse catches up with him. I don't know if it will. I hope it does, but who knows?
Really amazing to me that someone's going to wake up in fuck knows where, somewhere in America probably, have no pussy and have no life. Because if they had a life and they had pussy, they wouldn't be obsessing with me, right? That's how the world works. If your life is good, you're apathetic. Apathy is the true natural human state. I'm apathetic to people. Someone would go, hey, this guy said bad about you. I don't care. I don't care good. I don't care bad.
You're literally making a whole video right now about people explaining to people your alleged crimes. So you clearly do care. You're not apathetic.
I don't watch the video. I got shit to do. People say, this guy made a new video. Don't watch it.
People say he's the real deal because they get paid to say he's the real deal. Yep.
I'm in my roles. I'm about to get on the jet. I got shit to do, right? I don't care, right? I'm very apathetic to all of this. I care about my people, my students, my business, keeping us going on. So I'm very apathetic. The fact they're not apathetic to me shows that their lives suck. Because if their lives didn't suck, they wouldn't be obsessed with me. So they're going to sit there. There's someone out there who goes, I fucking hate this Tate guy. This Tate guy's a fucking scammer and a people tracker, and I fucking hate him. So what I'm going to
You are a scammer.
do is I'm going to spend the next 7 hours of my life editing a video about Tate. As if that gets me.
I think it probably takes more than 7 hours. Illuminati's video alone was long enough that it probably took more than 7 hours to edit. But that's actual work, so Tate wouldn't know about that.
And in the video they'll say, well, I edited it to say he's bad. But I don't watch it. And a percentage of the people who...
It's not for you, Tate, you dumb bitch. You know the crimes you've committed. It's to warn people about your scams. And frankly, that's a discussion that's been had. I saw someone who did a Tate video talk about, like, is it worth it pointing out these scammers? Because at the end of the day, you're exposing them to more people, and some small percentage of those people are probably going to go find him. But at the end of the day, I agree with the person, and again, I forget whose video it was, I apologize, but one of the people who did a video on Tate essentially said, even though there's a small amount of people who might find him through my video and get pulled into the scam, the amount of people I am warning and teaching about not only this scam, but other similar scams, outnumbers it, so the good outweighs the people who are putting themselves in danger. It's not like he didn't warn them. They learned about him through a whole video about why he's a scammer. That's on them. So all you can do is someone who tries to point out scam artists and liars and stuff on the internet, like I do, like a lot of other people do, like Illuminati, and so many other people out there who deal with MLMs and scams and conspiracy theories. You just gotta put your stuff out there, and what people do with it, that's up to them.
Watch it, who have a brain, do a little bit of investigation and realize I'm not bad. So, how do I lose? I lose because some dork who I don't want to be friends with said something bad about me? I don't want to know these people. I don't
We don't want to know you either, Tate, but all of a sudden you're blowing up everyone's feeds, so they gotta fucking deal with you.
Respect them enough for their opinion to hold weight. I don't give a shit. If they were to come up to me in the street and say, I think this of you, I'd say, but you don't matter. You don't matter. So I don't give a fuck. I don't care. So it's truly amazing. There is more calories.
I think Tate still doesn't understand. Tate, it is not about you. We already know you're a bad person. We get entertainment out of that because it's funny. You're like a caricature of this kind of person. The point is to warn potentially vulnerable, gullible people that you're going to take their money.
More human hours, more time, whether positive or negative, being dedicated to me than ever before. And my ascent has been accelerated. I will state right now, the smartest thing my haters could do is never mention me again. But they can't fucking help it.
This is the weirdest, like, it's like he's trying to reverse psychology people. Or he's trying to, like, get them to stop talking about him by pretending like, you talking about me negatively is actually really good for me, guys, I swear. So please stop talking about me.
The video out, the internet is obsessed with Andrew Tate. They can't help it. They hate me so much that they sit there and go, I am so angry at this individual for being the man he is. That
I think it's mostly the sex trafficking.
I have to make another video.
And the admitted abuse of women and, you know, all that stuff.
This video, I'll edit it this way. And
Nick Bush YPP with 45 bits says, with any luck, this explosion in popularity will accelerate the implosion of his, in my opinion, Ponzi scheme. I hope so.
This will really get to him, and then he'll get upset, and his empire will crumble. What planet are you on? The empire is not going to crumble. I'm not going to care. I'm not going to watch it. More people than ever will join. My ascent will continue. All you are doing is accelerating my endless conquest. It's truly beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
Tea with Goblin says, a moment of silence for the unfortunate chauffeur having to navigate London traffic while this absolute muppet smokes in the car and rants incoherently. Moment of silence. Thank you.
I have one worry. I worry that the people who dislike me get intelligent enough to think making videos about this guy is doing nothing but helping him. But I can rely on the fact that everybody's a fucking moron. Not only are they stupid, they're also extremely emotional. And I have control over them. Because when you can emotionally affect somebody, you control them.
I think Tate is one of those guys who thinks his anger isn't an emotion, so he'll call other people emotional for, like, having empathy or caring about the well-being of others. And he'll be like, that's emotional, but in reality, he's just a fucking sociopath with anger issues who thinks he's above it all. AstroFox9 says, my empire won't crumble. It's going to age about as well as You Won't Break Me chat from the subathon. Oof.
They can't emotionally affect me. They can't make me happy with a video. They can't make me sad with a video. I'm apathetic. I can emotionally affect them. All I have to do is go on the internet and say something obvious, like women can't drive. duh. Everyone knows it. Every guy says it. It's fucking obvious. And they have a mental breakdown, and they'll do a 12-part video series trying to disprove me while I don't even watch the videos.
Again, Tate, I think it's more about the human trafficking, the abuse, the potential sexual assault. Don't think it's just about the shitty misogynistic stuff you say.
Continue with my life, and they will sit there and dedicate their YouTube channels to me for free. No, actually, the statistical Tate.
That's a weird fake laugh.
It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful world. We can't be stopped because they are emotionally controllable like the putty in my hands. I think Tupac said it. I might be wrong, but I think Tupac said it. No, Nate Diaz said it. If you don't like what I do, but you watch everything I'm doing, you're still a fan. So who owns the internet? Shit. Top G.
What a weird guy. That's not what I wanted. Sorry, the building he went by near the end looked very similar to the building at the beginning, and I was wondering if he staged, like, the whole driving to the airport thing just to make the video. Because it looked like he went in a circle around the block. Tubeman says, I love how he keeps bringing up his Hassan debate while saying he didn't care about it. Weird fucking guy. Alright. Let's do some other MGTOW red pill bullshit. Oh, God. Hold on, I'll be back in just a second before we start this. Alright, so recently, this is how Tate comes off in that video. Where did it go? So recently, Undead Chronic, if you weren't here the other day, you know Undead Chronic? He's like a MGTOW type guy. He's got a zombie stoner avatar. He made a couple videos about me. He got visited by the FBI recently because he was making terroristic threats towards PayPal because they banned him from ever using PayPal, which was his main source of income, I think, from the YouTube stuff. So anyway, he deleted all his videos. Undead Chronic is no longer on YouTube at the moment because he got a visit from the FBI, who, by the way, don't like the FBI, but they've been doing some clutch work lately. Good job, FBI agents, the specific ones that went and visited Undead Chronic and Trump. So here he is hanging out on someone else's stream. This guy's also a weird, creepy misogynist. So.
Fuck. We got Jonathan Jensen. How do you deal with a mouthy broad in person? Well, you give her a mouthful. That usually does the trick. She'll be going, yep, yep, yep. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Woo. Thank you,
it's
Jonathan.
It's the active ingredient in Viagra, basically.
Oh, you're taking the Viagra. Dude, I did a video 2 days ago, right? A chick drugged her man. She slipped Viagra into his drink. They were having a fight, so he didn't want to sleep with her. And so she's like, well, clearly there's something wrong with him that he doesn't want to sleep with me, so I'm going to slip him this Viagra.
So I'm
I'll take stories that didn't happen.
Gonna rape him.
Yeah, basically. And he's like, I don't know what happened, but it just made me want to bone. And I asked her, and she's like, yeah.
I don't think Viagra makes you horny. It just makes you erect. It dilates the. It dilates the. Yeah, it doesn't make you horny. It makes you hard. Yeah.
I slipped you a Viagra in your drink. So I'm like, bro,
I gotta choose. I gotta vote in this fucking poll. Continue.
Dude, he said he just married her, and I'm like, bro, that is terrible timing. You want to dump that chick? She drugged you and lied about you. That is so messed up. And if you did that to her, like,
wait a second.
you go to jail.
You don't want to fuck the girl you just married?
Yeah, correlation
This
there.
problem was before that wedding.
Yeah, I think
This
he
was before the
said
wedding,
we knew each other for 3 years, married for like a year. So I'm like, he dated her for a year or two, and then tied the knot. But yeah.
Yeah, so update on Croaky. Since he tried to debate me, there hasn't been a single upload on his channel.
Oh, dude, Goth Chick is winning by a bit of a margin. It says 55%.
I won't lie, I voted Tomboy.
Yeah. Goth Chick's 57. I'm probably gonna vote Goth Chick, to be quite honest with you. I like them both, but come on. Maybe it's because we're the 90s kids, late 90s, early 2000s, back when that was like a thing. A lot of them weren't that good. Like, a lot of them were kind of fat, but if you get a hot one, there's just something about it. Like a sexy vampire.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, yeah, dude, he retired, or maybe he's just going all in the documentary. I don't know.
I hope he's going all into the documentary.
It's just a couple of greasy rant sonas hanging out and being misogynistic.
Croaky might run like all the other cucks, says Sutanor. Yeah, dude, maybe he just like he's so mean. Green man bad. And I might do the Tulare. I wish I was there to hop on for that, but I saw your call after. I was drinking with my buddy. As he kind of gross, I'm a party frog. He comes on to talk to Chronic, and I'm literally like, yeah. My boy's like, he works at a like bar/restaurant.
Profane Priestess says, last night I ran into one of the best D&D sessions of my life. I'm doing a side game set in the mythological age of my setting, and the players love it. Also, they're very excited for your cameo. Fun.
Right. And he's like, dude,
I'm excited too.
Apparently, MGTOW Dictionary just said I'm gay. That's nice.
Homophobic. MGTOW Dictionary. What? Why do you hate?
Should I go on a stream and talk some shit?
You're gonna hop on his stream? Nah, dude. Keep up. You got to.
Hey, dude, he streams all the time, every day, and you still got more live viewers in his stream.
Oh, dude, I appreciate you coming on, because I'm gonna have to go in the middle and clip where StreamYards just crashed on me, and clip out the bit, and then I dropped down, and then we got a good flow going, and then it came back up.
I want to know what Undead Chronic looks like so bad.
Actually, Chronic.
That's literally like it was
everybody gay.
All right, let's see more of this frog guy shit.
Definitely. Ian Blade says, got some Putin from... I want to say Putin, point, because that's going to get me kicked off YouTube. Not like, you know, the big, mean guy over across the sea. I'm not talking about him. Potent from a girlfriend's grand nearly went blind. God damn, can you imagine? I've heard of that. Moonshine's so good. You take a sip, you're like, I'm blind now. But it's worth it, because that was so damn smooth. It just you have 1 sip, you're blind. 2 sips, you turn to Helen Keller. 3 sips, you're dead or in a coma. God damn. Having a sip here. Catting yourself.
This guy is somehow less charismatic than Undead Chronic, and Undead Chronic is one of the worst human beings I've ever heard. Tube Man says, I'm glad that these guys are such wannabe macho idiots that they'll never figure out VTube tech. True. He does a lot of shorts that are just the worst thing ever. You want to see some cringe? Let's see some top tier cringe.
Hey Blair, are you sleeping? Can anyone tell me why she sleeps like this?
I could tell you, Billy Beta, it's cause she's dreaming of Chad. She's reliving her old college days, getting her damn back blown out.
That's the whole video. That's what he added, was just being creepy and misogynistic. Nick with 45-bit says, fun fact, if 1 sip makes you blind, it's not ethyl alcohol you're drinking. She's trying to fart. More likely, yeah.
See, if a guy doesn't find me attractive, it's totally okay. No shame. I get it. You're gay. It's okay. I'm not homophobic.
Ew, that's a gross TikTok. I don't even care what misogynistic shit he says. I mean, I care. I still don't think he should be misogynistic, but that's a cringy TikTok, too. Alright.
I see a lot of videos for women on YouTube on how to get a so-called hourglass body. wider hips and bigger breasts, essentially. They will tell you to work out, do plastic surgery, go on unnatural diets, and so on. All of this is bullshit. There's one solution to all of your problems: pregnancy. The reason you look the way you look is because you did not get pregnant right after you started menstruating.
What the fuck is this? Someone sent this to me.
Your menstruation is literally your body, nature, God if you're religious, telling you to have children now. Not doing that is exactly the same as not eating meat.
Does he want fucking the 12 and 13, 14-year-old women having fucking children?
And fat when you are hungry, it completely goes against your body's needs and senses, and you will be naturally punished for it. And in this case, you are punished with your looks.
This is one of the most disgusting videos we've ever covered. This is gonna go in the Hall of Shame. This is Hall of Shame.
Every woman on earth that did not get pregnant when she was supposed to now looks different than she should, which means that most women in Europe and North America don't look the way they are supposed to. Do you understand how big of a deal this is?
Freaking Out 99 says they actually teach this in Poland. They actually teach that menstruation is your womb crying out for a baby. Ew.
Almost every woman that walks past you in everyday life doesn't look the way she is naturally supposed to. The looks are one thing, but there's a much bigger problem that most women have no clue about. Your body stops growing at around the age of 18. Growth is not only your height, your body goes through a lot of changes, and one of them is that it tightens and stays that way for life. This is a huge problem for women in the West today. You've probably been told all of your life that childbirth is very painful, right? It actually isn't.
Is this guy about to try and mansplain why giving birth shouldn't hurt?
But it is for most women in the West, and that...
You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, okay. It just sounded like a door slam.
Yep, a door did slam. I was in the bedroom.
Oh.
That's because they give birth almost 15 years too late.
Oh shit. This is... Okay, guys, developmental geneticist in the room. All right, here we go.
You gotta play it.
Yeah.
You have to understand that from nature's perspective, you are seen as a loser, and that's why you will be punished with pain. This is why...
That's not how nature works. There's not a moral judgment. What the fuck?
Keep playing.
You have to give birth when you are young and flexible. Your hips will widen very easily when giving birth.
No. No, that's not the case at all. Children die during pregnancy.
A little further away from the mic.
Okay. Like, I cannot stress this enough. This is why it's so dangerous if something happens and, like, a literal child gets pregnant. Which is why abortion should be legal everywhere.
One of the reasons.
Well, yeah. I wasn't saying that's the only time you should be able to have
I know
an
you're
abortion.
not. Chat can be pedantic, so I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. But, like, giving birth when you're younger doesn't make it easier, doesn't make it less painful. This guy is a fucking moron. It is so dangerous to give birth when you have not finished puberty, when you have not finished developing, because your hips don't widen until sometimes way after you've started your period. Like, you can continue puberty up until, like, 18, 19.
Tea with Goblin says, see, even in medieval Europe, it was considered unusual for girls to be pregnant so young. They'd be betrothed very young, but not actually wedded and bedded until 16 or so. Still young, but even they understood that the ability to menstruate doesn't mean the ability to healthfully bear children. There are court records of Eleanor of acquitting being married at 12, and it being commented upon negatively at the time. So this guy is worse than the medieval nobility. Cool. Catalina Gearbox says, tell me you've never talked to a woman without telling me you've never talked to a woman. Sky Comet says this guy is just a pedophile trying desperately to convince himself he's not a monster. Yeah. Anti-Pretzel says, holy fucking biology denial bullshit, Batman. I almost spat out my drink all over the damn place. What in the actual fuck?
So, number one, children cannot give birth vaginally if they are forced to continue a pregnancy. They have to have a C-section, normally. Because their hips have not widened, because that happens during puberty. It's not something that happens because of pregnancy. You're not rewarded with some sort of hourglass figure because of pregnancy. Some people don't even have breast growth that lasts past pregnancy. But there are some people that do.
Hydrate. Sorry, go on.
Every body is completely different. Some people have pear-shaped figures. Some people are stick, straight, lanky. Some people are hourglass figures. It's the same thing as, like, face shape. You can have, like, an oval face. You can have a heart-shaped face. Like, it is all based on genetics. It's random. It's not based on whether or not you got pregnant. There are some studies that show pregnancy can reduce the risk of breast cancer in some people, but not by that much. So, yeah, no, it's incredibly dangerous. It would be incredibly traumatizing for a child to go through pregnancy. I'm 26, almost 27, and the thought of being pregnant and giving birth is petrifying. It's something out of my nightmares. And I have a genetic condition that makes me super flexible. Like this guy is trying to say children are, and that would be a good thing. But it's not. It's dangerous. Just because you're flexible or whatever doesn't mean that you can bounce back. It means that things can slip out of place and get stuck, and it can be super hurt and be dangerous. And I just cannot even explain how terrifying the idea of being pregnant is for me at 26, 27 years old. I don't want kids because it's not something that I think I could go through. It would be absolutely traumatizing. And to, like, say, oh, we should be making anybody that's menstruating at whatever age be pregnant is so fucking dangerous and gross and makes my blood boil.
And you won't have to go through those painful contractions that women who give birth at an unnatural age go through. Your hips will stay.
Bro, you know nothing about biology. Your hips have nothing to do with the contractions. The contractions are the uterus. So the uterus is like shaped like this, and it's obviously like fucking 10 times as big when there is a baby in there. The contractions are contracting the top of the uterus and pushing the baby. The hips are way down here at the, towards the bottom of the uterus at this point. The hips have nothing to do with your contractions. It doesn't make them more painful, less painful, anything like that. It's all about the shape of the uterus. There can be differences in whether you have a tipped uterus like I do, or a uterus that's, in the correct position, and how things are attached, but it's all muscle contractions. It's not something that you can control. It's not something that being young controls. It's not something that your hips control. It's all about how it's about the uterus itself pushing a baby out. It's like your diaphragm pushing air out. Being young doesn't make breathing easier.
But then how is he going to justify wanting to sleep with children? Occult Comics with 100 bits says, fun fact for you so you can feel a little better about your day. Bob Ross got a letter from a colorblind fan who loved his show but felt they couldn't paint because they were colorblind. In response, Bob dedicated an episode to them specifically where he painted a landscape in full black and white to prove that you can paint no matter what. DJ Shea says, I've been blessed by genetics by being given my family's prodigious childbearing hips, though genetics is some trickster god because I was also born a man. Dr. Gamble with 200 bits and a link.
This guy is unfucking believable.
Citosaurus says, this guy is probably full of brainworms from exclusively eating raw meat and butter and raw milk and honey. He's probably riddled with parasites. Yeah, he's a raw meat guy.
Stay that way and make all of your future births just as easy, whereas those women can even risk bleeding to death when they give birth.
Every pregnancy is different. You can be the same exact person, give birth to your first child, and it's easy as just laying down. Whatever. If that happens, that's great for you. Your second pregnancy can be the worst thing that has ever happened to you. It is all different. It's this guy is just spewing complete nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
Again, this is a natural punishment for going against nature.
That's not how nature works.
Nature doesn't have this punishment system, you fucking absolute imbecile. It's not a punishment. Shit just happens. The healthcare system in the US, we have one of the highest maternal mortality rates here. And we supposedly have like a really great, like, really highly educated doctors and whatever, and yet our maternal mortality rate is high, and it's even higher for people of color giving birth.
Chromatic Cuttlefish says, tell us you know nothing about obstetrics without saying you know nothing about obstetrics.
Also, this fucking moron, the reason that people bleed to death can occur if they are fucking children and they're giving birth. You can literally die if you are a kid that's being forced to give birth. Also, pregnancy before you are a full-grown adult can stunt your growth, can affect your mental health. It can cause osteoporosis, and it can be damaging for the fetus itself as well. Small body, less space. The fetus can be born really, really tiny. It's not getting enough nutrients because a child doesn't have as much fat stores. The child itself, the young kid that is pregnant, they are not finished developing, so their calcium is getting leached from their bones to feed this parasitic pregnancy. Their nutrients isn't going to their development, it's going to the baby's development. It's absolutely asinine what he is saying.
Tea with Goblins says, fun story related to Baja's point about different pregnancy experiences. I was my mother's first full breech baby, C-section needed. My youngest sister was born in a very rare way. Mom's water didn't break, and so my sister was born in the caul, still in the placenta. They had to open her up like a bag of chips. I've seen video of that before. It's interesting.
So it wasn't the placenta. The placenta is the organ that's born after. It's
sac.
It's the sac.
Aldera with 100 bits says, I can't continue watching. This garbage he is spewing is hurting my soul to watch. I've grown up listening to this. As someone who suffers from horrible periods since childhood, I can't endure more. But thank you for all you do and good luck with the wedding. Sorry about that, I know. People on Chud Watch can be really fucking frustrating.
Nature. You won't have stretch marks. Your breasts will be much bigger because you will be pregnant while you are going through puberty, which is how it's supposed to be. It will
Absolutely fucking not. Breast development.
Again, developmental geneticists.
Breast development is 100% just genetics. It can also be affected outside of genetics on your nutrition, the amount of fats that you eat, like healthy fats, while you are developing. It has nothing to do with pregnancy. The breast development that you get during pregnancy is due to the expansion of the mammary glands, the production of milk after pregnancy, and a lot of times, very frequently, that is not maintained after pregnancy. Your breasts can go back to how they were prior to pregnancy. And the idea of if you do this during pregnancy, you will have bigger breasts because it's what you're supposed to do. No, if you are pregnant while you are during puberty, you are literally
Take a deep breath. Thoughts out. We're not even a third of the way through the video, for the record, so you need to...
I can't.
You need to, yeah.
The fetus is a parasite leaching all of your nutrients that is supposed to be used for your own development.
It'll hinder your development because it is...
Yes.
Anti-Pretzel says, this guy is the embodiment of Wojaks with things in place of their brains, and DJ Shay says, just slap your chest with a rifle like they did in the German army, which led to the army having to pay for thousands of male soldiers to have mastectomies. What?
will give you an extra boost, so to speak. This is how you actually naturally get an attractive body as a woman. Of course, you have to
Cluepock, thanks for 100 bits.
Still eat natural food to be well developed and have an easy birth. You can't eat cookies and pasta and expect to have an easy childbirth, no matter how young you are.
What? He thinks cookies make what?
Genes obviously also play a role.
Oh god, no, don't talk about genes.
And some women simply do have different body types. The media teaches women to be promiscuous. The schools teach them to use protection.
Yeah! Fucking use protection, you monsters! DJ Shay says it remains one of my favorite random facts. Oh god, okay, I'll have to look at that sometime. What was this for? Oh, that was the Swedish case.
And the families usually don't even get involved today. They don't have
KBS, thanks for the article, someone sent it already.
A strong father figure to lead them or to teach them anything. Back in the day, we did not document our birth dates as we do now. Most people didn't know how old they are because naturally it's irrelevant. On the day, a girl...
At least the people in the comments are shitting on him. So that's good.
Got her first
Wait, will you
period.
scroll down? I think he responded to one of these.
Contractions will be painful no matter what age. The uterus is a large muscle that's expanding the cervix quickly in a short amount of time. Just like lifting weights, your muscles are feeling pain when they're being used. And he says, that's just literally not true. This comment section alone has women who gave birth early and felt no pain. They actually had joy and orgasms during birth.
Is usually when she lost her virginity and got impregnated. Nobody
No.
cared about her exact age because it didn't matter.
No.
That's fucking untrue!
No.
What are you talking about?
Nope.
Until today. I'll give you some examples. In Spain, 20 years ago, the age of consent was 12. It was
That's fucking awful if that's true.
Is this a similar thing to the bullshit that says, like, oh, in Japan, the federal, like, national, age of consent is, like, 14 or whatever, but when you actually look at it, that's the bare minimum, and each prefecture sets its own, and they're all above 14?
I think they're all 18.
I don't know what they are, but I know they're all above 14. It's a talking point that dumbass pedophiles use in the United States because they want to justify it.
It was changed to 16 some years ago. In Italy and Germany, it was also 12 for ages.
That doesn't make it okay!
Okay, I want this guy to understand what's happening when you are in labor. The contractions are literally forcing a hole that's almost non-existent to be big enough to be 10 centimeters so that a baby can come out. That's not a painless process and never possibly could be. Think about it. The amount of blood that has to rush to the area, that's going to be painful. There's going to be throbbing and swelling and pain. It's like if this dude somehow got a baseball stuck in his ass and it was pushing through his rectum.
Hawthorne says, do we have a bingo spot for Baja implodes rather than just a simple blast? No.
In Italy, it is 14 now. Not that much has changed there. In Canada, up until 2008, it was also 14.
Again, I'm guessing these are situations where individual provinces had their own that were at least 16. It's a guess, though. I don't know.
Artificial marriages with a contract usually happen between
artificial marriages?
The ages of 9 and 12, all around the earth. A bit over 100 years ago, the age of consent in the United States was 7 to 12 years, depending on the state. In 1920, after World War I, it was changed to 16 to 18, all of a sudden. That's also when women started working and sending their children to kindergarten. All of a sudden, the children were in the hands of the government. Everything started going downhill 100 years ago. It was like a great reset.
Are you fucking kidding me? He's just mad he can't fuck children. What a piece of shit.
Nowadays we have mind control programs such as To Catch a Predator with Chris Hansen. I'm sure a lot of you have seen it. Men get caught for wanting to sleep with 15-year-old girls.
Oh, he's just gonna say the quiet part out loud. He's just gonna outright, he's just gonna say it. He's just gonna say everything, isn't he? He's just gonna... He's going there. Okay.
How is this video on YouTube?
I have no idea.
This is fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
Yet in Europe, the age of consent is 14 to 15 in most countries. And that's simply because even the governments here understand that no matter how old you are as a guy, you would have to be severely mentally ill not to find a 15-year-old girl attractive.
I'm done. I'm done. I can't. I'm done.
Understandable. Link to report. Here you go. Whoo, boy!
Yet in the United States, you are seen as a monster for having a natural attraction, even though that's only 1 year away from 60. Yet in the United States, you understand that no matter how old you are as a guy, you would have to be severely...
Hold on, I gotta report this shit. This is nuts. God, what do I even say? What would this be under? Violent or repulsive content? Child abuse? I don't know what this would be under. Old Occult Comic says, here's my money. My God, I just sent you something on Twitter to lighten the mood. Thanks. I'll do child abuse.
mentally ill not to find a 15-year-old girl attractive. Yet in the United States, you are seen as a monster for having a natural attraction, even though that's only 1 year away from 16, which is legal in a lot of states. It's a man-made number, and most importantly, in nature, you would never be able to tell if a girl is 15 or 16. Yet people still get prison sentences for sleeping with 15-year-old girls. But
Tea with Goblin says, I teach first-year uni students, average age around 18-21. They are babies to me. The thought of finding 15-year-olds attractive is, ugh, I feel nauseous. Yeah, he's a fucking monster. Here's the link again if you want this video for whatever reason.
But it's totally fine if she turns 16 the next day.
It might be legal in certain places. I don't think that makes it right.
Absolutely ridiculous. Women in nature don't work. Yes, they may gather food or do some chores here and there, but that's about it. Men do all of the heavy work. And that's because biochemically, we actually enjoy it. You as a woman do not want to work, and you most certainly do not enjoy working out or doing any kind of sports. Hormonally, it completely goes against your biochemistry. The more you work out, the
What the fuck? As if there are no women athletes?
more infertile you get. You would be a million times happier having a peaceful life, taking care of your children and your husband. A large amount of the time you would be pregnant, and that alone would make you want to rest, besides running the risk of a miscarriage if you would lift anything heavy. Women nowadays sleep around and then they later realize that they want to have a family and a husband who is loyal and respects them. Snap out of it. Deep down, every man is going to see you as used up. Don't complain about it. Realize that you fucked up and try to make the best out of it. Let's break all of this down and take the US as an example. As a teenager, you sleep around. Already when you've had 2 to 3 partners, the likeliness of you ever being able to pair bond is close to impossible.
That's bullshit.
You are not allowed
The fuck is wrong with him?
to naturally
Pair bond? Does he think human beings are fucking birds? Thank you for the cleanse, Austin. We're
marry
gonna need it.
anybody who to artificially part of the
Okay, I'm done. I can't. There's only like 2 minutes left, but I can't. Let's go to the cleanse. What's this cleanse? That's too long for a cleanse. I gotta find a different cleanse, because holy fuck. DJ Shay says, wait, let me hear that again. A 12-year-old has no risk in childbirth, but a woman lifting something can cause them to miscarry? Yeah, he's an idiot. And a pedophile. Okay. He's gonna, I think, boil a steak in mayonnaise.
Does mayonnaise even boil, or is this stuff gonna burn? I think the mayonnaise is starting to separate back in.
Duke Desiree says, didn't think I'd be seeing pedophile pseudoscience, but life is full of surprises, not all of them pleasant. Sky Comet says, you as a woman do not want to work. Me, who loves my job, you don't say. Tell me why I'm looking forward to working in lab tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Meaner is Meaner, thanks for 12 months. Happy anniversary. And Axel54 with 100 bits says, okay, I'm Dutch and I have to explain some of these extremely low ages of consent. The age of consent in large parts of Europe is 14 for other 14 to 18-year-olds, not for adults. 18 is the age of consent for other adults. Thank you for the clarification. Occult Comics says, here's a short one for a cleanse. It's interpretive dances for stock ringtones. Alright, can we go back to the boiling mayonnaise? Because I need it. There it is.
Into eggs and oil. We'll put our filet mignon in before it's too late. There we go, down the hatch. I knew I was gonna be looking at something freaky today, but I had no idea this is what it was gonna be. It smells like egg and like olive oil. Soybean oil. Alright, I think that's as boiled as that's gonna get. It looks like cottage cheese.
Max Power says, good night, I have to go to sleep now. I'll try to catch another stream soon. Also, that Swede needs a visit from the Emperor's Inquisition. Have a good night. Citisaurus says, that is a effing travesty. He needs to go to jail for this.
Let's give this steak a try. The middle could have been done a little bit more. That's like...
No, see, a little more than that, but like, if someone served me this as a steak, without the mayonnaise, of course, but I'm just talking about the doneness of the middle, I'd be into it. I'm into very, very, very rare steak. That's my kink.
That's like a rare? Here we go!
Chat, I know I'm disgusting.
The steak itself is delicious. We didn't season this with anything other than boiled mayonnaise.
Legitimately, like, we went to a wedding a while back, Baha and I, and they served, some kind of meat. I don't remember what it was exactly, but, I got such a rare piece, and it was delicious. It was, like, the best beef I've ever had at a wedding. And she was absolutely disgusted by how much I was loving this, like, super pink rare meat.
Some of that mayonnaise taste has transferred to the steak. Not a whole lot, but a little bit.
I'm not judgy, by the way. If you like your steak well done, like, I don't like that, but I don't care. I'm not a fucking elitist. Eat your steak however you want it. It's your food. Steve the Q says, a good steak is rare.
To make you go, oh my, what is that delightful flavor? Give it a couple of dunks in the sauce. I'm a big fan, so I'm gonna have to give this steak boiled in mayonnaise a 5 out of 5.
Bop, 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 bop.
What if you like your steak boiled in mayonnaise? That's on you. I don't want you to boil it at my house because I think it'll smell bad, but hey, that's your deal. You do you. Where's pod cells? I wanted to do that because that's a cleanse too. So we already watched an episode of this last time. I think we covered MGTOW people. This is a parody of incels. I can say that as long as I'm not directing it at anybody, which I'm not. You just can't use it as an insult on Twitch. So this is pod cells. This is a satire of like a MGTOW red pill podcast, and these guys are pretty funny. So let's watch this, and then we'll get back into the real douchebags.
Hello, and welcome to episode 2 of Pod Cells.
Things are a little bit more heavy on this one because of the amazing reaction we got on the first one. So I'm nervous this isn't going to go as good.
Sometimes I need to channel negative energy in a physical way. Oh, I'll hold my fire. This is an ally. He helped me.
You're always coming up with crazy funny stuff.
There's nothing funny about war.
Actually, I did want to touch on war a bit, if that's okay.
Yes.
War. Ha. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again.
Why didn't you sing the theme song for the show? I didn't know that you can sing.
I actually have been coming up with a Pod Cells theme song.
Okay. What the heck?
May I?
Please, the floor is yours. And I will give you reverb.
Okay. 5. Breathe. Pod Cells is back again this week. And I guess it's time to have a fun time listening to us talk. Gab, gab, gab with Preston and Nathan. They're the best guys, and you're here for Pod Cells.
Holy fucking shit, that was good. Also, I just realized that these two studs, these are us. Because look, this one has red hair. And this one is a secret operative hacker.
Look, this guy's head came off, but that'll help.
Are you fucking kidding me? Put that down! You fucking trailer trash dumbass!
We only lived for...
These just came into...
We lived in a trailer for 6 months, that's it!
Okay, well, guess what? According to U.S. tax law, 6 months is long enough to where whatever fucking state you're in, you're going to have to paying taxes for that because you're considered a permanent resident.
They're literally cheap toys.
Oh my god.
They're cheap. You can't get mad at me for this.
Andrew from Minnesota wants to know about height enhancement surgery. He asked this in episode 1 in the comments.
Okay.
Do you know anything about this?
Yes, I've looked into it. My mom actually...
This is a real thing, by the way, and it's horrifying. Essentially, you go to this clinic in this other country for like a year or two, and they regularly break your legs and then put them in these braces and separate the bones very slightly. Kind of like braces for your teeth. They'll break your bones, separate them slightly until the bones heal with in between to make it a little longer, and they do that over and over and over again to make your leg bones longer, and it's horrifying. And I think like at most you get like 1 or 2 inches or something. It's crazy, like the amount people like put into this.
Saw if it would be covered.
Personally, I don't think that it should be allowed the way it currently is. It feels like medical malpractice, but whatever.
But with Medi-Cal, and it wouldn't.
They did something similar in Gattaca, yes, but it was more sci-fi-y.
They don't feel like it's a needed.
It is considered
surgery.
Cosmetic.
I think it's much more important than boob jobs and fake butts.
I agree with you, and I think insurance should cover it because think about it like this. It is not cosmetic because it's more psychological. It is better for mental health. More women will be attracted to you so that you can find your mate, so that you can continue having your family, and you can breed, and you can actually continue carry on your family tree, and your seed will continue. and your dreams will be fulfilled. However, if this is taken from you, you don't have this opportunity because you're not the right height, then your family will die out, and that is basically a familial genocide. So basically what the doctors want is for us not to be able to spread our goddamn seed, and I
Yes.
think that's wrong. So this is a matter of survival.
Yes. Yes.
He just saluted that.
Another thing about this.
Yes.
Height surgery should be
free,
and it should be something that people can do overnight, quick thing, because literally all they would have to do is cut into your calf, cut the bone, extend and put a steel bone in there. That should be minimally invasive.
It's called osteogenesis. What they do is they cut into the front of the shin. Okay? They make an incision in the bone with a fucking bone saw. It's actually bad fucking ass. And then what they do... Yes. Yeah, exactly. Imagine how much one of those surgeons gets. And then that guy is such a good friend because he gets you more pussy than VR.
I could honestly...
I was trying to reach for the VR heads.
This is a parody, yes. This is a parody of red pill types. Sky Comet says, if The Office was crossed with 4chan, it would look like this.
Get you more pussy than VR.
Can I do it too? One second.
There's too many cords.
Oh, please.
There's too many cords in the way.
I want to just do two.
You're gonna fuck something up.
I think we can add laugh track there or something. Ready? It gets you more pussy than VR.
Very cute. So, osteogenesis. What they do is they put.
This isn't real. It's just plastic. What are you doing? That's my dad's freaking lens. Before he passed away, he gave that freaking thing to me.
What are you doing? Stop! 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 Stop!
Stop!
It's called a facial nasal grip. Okay? It's a death grip. And you can get control of somebody in a combat situation if you need be. I learned that in Krav Maga.
This is called a lip attack. You grab your
You're
lip.
just making that up.
You can't.
I'm not afraid to treat you like my lunch.
You freaking... God, I want to say you're my...
Can we watch something else? I guess. If you're done with the cleanse.
Best friend, but I feel like you're the more... We've been saving.
Greetings, my esteemed Laddingtons. I'm checking in from Paradise, aka Sweden, in July. I'm checking in with a clarification regarding the terms alpha and beta. Now, regarding the term alpha, I have never once referred to myself as an alpha. I have, however, referred to others as alpha, and I have used the term as a compliment. Basically, I've said this is an alpha character, and I've basically meant cool or manly.
Yeah, this is the golden one.
Or whatever. So I've said that many of the characters in the Fellowship of the Ring, they are alpha. So I said Sam is an alpha, Aragorn is an alpha, Legolas is an alpha. But technically speaking, the alpha in the Fellowship is of course Gandalf, and the other High Thumos men, they are submitting to his superior knowledge, and he takes on the role of being a leader. So that is the term alpha. Now, beta is a term I have used as a way to denote if someone has been bad or unmanly or something like that. And of course, this is not what it means at all. Beta is actually something you should aspire to. You should aspire to find a good leader and serve him. So Boromir, Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, Sam, all of these guys, they are, technically speaking, they are betas.
God damn that Legolas, what a fucking beta. Stone Corvell says, never in my life thought I'd hear the sentence, Gandalf is an alpha. Still never seen Lord of the Rings. I have still never seen a single Lord of the Rings movie.
Because Gandalf is the alpha.
I own them on 4K. Never seen it though.
So yeah, I have misused the term. So a second.
H-Baird says, Frodo and Pippin are bottoms. Merry is a top and Samwise is a switch. Facts. Again, I don't know these characters, so...
In command, his beta in a particular situation. Then, of course, if we're talking about the Fellowship of the Ring, to take that example, Boromir, of course, is the alpha when he is the commander of the armies of Gondor, and Aragorn later becomes an alpha when he becomes king. So alpha and beta, they aren't really good terms to use because they are so fluid in their use. You have some guys who are good at being leaders in a certain situation because they know best then and there, but in a different situation they are not the best. And of course, when we're talking about leadership is not something that is necessarily something you should strive for, but it's rather a responsibility you take on, and you take on a lot of responsibility basically is what leadership is. And the one who knows the way best is supposed to be the leader, the one who knows how to steer the ship, the one who knows the best course of action. He should reluctantly embrace the position of a leader or an alpha.
Wait, this is funny. Trump to Trump supporters, get off our property. Donald Trump Jr. says, well, my father loves almost all of his supporters. Please do not come to Mar-a-Lago to support President Trump. We have many important people coming through the club and need to keep it clean. Dirty plebs, stay off our property. That's funny. Where did that guy come there?
So basically I will not use these terms anymore. I haven't used them in years for this reason as well, but I'm just making this video to clarify. If you watch an older video of mine and I say...
Cidosaurus says, fun fact, when I was in a youth group we watched Lord of the Rings and I got in trouble for speculating on Sam and Frodo being totally gay for each other. They didn't find it nearly as funny as my 15-year-old self. I mean, I think queer coding in the Lord of the Rings is like a thing that people actually talk about in like queer film theory. Not that it's intended, but more that it's just a way you can read the text, so that's not out of the question in terms of ways people read that story.
You know, these betas, I don't mean it in the correct sense of the word. I don't mean it as it is actually supposed to be used. So a beta is actually something you do want. And speaking of culture, since I've referred to Lord of the Rings, I can also refer to Warhammer 40k, the Horus Heresy.
Oh my god, Warhammer is a dystopian fascist like sci-fi setting. You're not supposed to like the people in charge in 40k.
And I do believe that it is an appealing aesthetic because you have a literal god emperor that others can serve. So High Thumos men who are...
The god emperor is supposed to be like a satire of like a fascist leader that's so self-aggrandizing that he calls himself a god emperor? Do you get it? It's not subtle.
Very capable in their own right. They are serving the god emperor, and I do believe that.
I wish I was a space orc, because right now me and my comrades are imagining this man no longer being on the internet. And I've been led to believe that orcs in the Warhammer 40k universe have sort of a collective imagination power.
It's a good and worthy goal for any man to find a good...
The god emperor literally has 10,000 lives sacrificed to him every single day.
A good leader to serve. And if we're talking about hierarchy and everything like that, it is a sign of a mature man to be able to recognize the greatness of another man and to follow him. And this is why legendary individuals such as Alexander the
Can you play Warhammer as orcs and fight the fascist humans?
Great.
Or do you have to play as a fascist human?
Or Napoleon, they are always very attractive in that sense as leaders of...
You can? That's good. I'd play an orc. Stone Corbell says the God Emperor of mankind is a corpse that's kept alive by sacrificing 10,000s of psychics to him every day so he can continue fighting demons in another dimension. It's a satire of reverence of dead political figures. Wow. H-Baird says, speaking of fascist aesthetics... Oh, from Starship Troopers? Dude. I can't play this, because copyright. I've never seen any of the Starship Troopers sequels. I've only seen the first one. I heard they forget it's satire. Tea with Goblin says, orcs can add more DACA to kill humans. Wow. Freaking Out says, Nazis are a huge problem in the Warhammer community. Luckily, Games Workshop has disavowed them and has been more inclusive, and the God Emperor himself never wanted to be a god. He wanted to remove dogma from humanity. He failed. That's the thing about satirizing fascists. Fascists will always, almost always, appropriate fascist imagery if the satire isn't blatant. Like, I think the only piece of, like, satire of Nazis that I'm familiar with that hasn't in some way, shape, or form been looked at by some fascist and looked at as positively is probably Springtime for Hitler, the musical within the musical, in The Producers. But there are fascists who unironically like Starship Troopers and don't look at it as a satire, but look at it as, I want the government to run like this. It's a whole thing.
Of men, because they can bring you to glory, as it were. So absolutely nothing wrong with being a beta, absolutely nothing wrong with being a follower. Being a follower is something good if you follow someone worth following, which in Alexander's case, yeah, he was very worth following, because the his followers, they were brought to glory by him. So that is something to note, that yeah, being a beta then, or being a follower, is something good. It's something you should strive for. If you aren't worthy, if a good leader sees you as being unfit to be a follower of his, yeah, then you can work on yourself. So and then of course you have this rather juvenile libertarian mindset that, oh, you know, I'm my own man and I don't follow anyone. Perhaps because you aren't worthy of being a companion, perhaps you aren't worthy of serving a great man. Now, of course, I'm talking in very broad terms here. I'm talking about, historically speaking, today hierarchies, they can be quite hard to find to begin with. So this leads us into the term Sigma male, which I suppose is mostly a meme, but it denotes someone who want to stand outside of the hierarchy and do his own thing. And I suppose most guys today, they are Sigma males, not because they want to, but because the hierarchies are dissolved and everyone is sort of an individual in themselves.
This is a man who strives to rebuild hierarchies stronger than they were in the past. Holy shit. This guy couldn't be more antithetical to my belief system if he tried. God damn.
Which isn't
Imagine being like, you know what, we need more hierarchies.
good. It's not good. It's good to be part of a larger community. So anyway, main point of this video, if you watch an older video of mine and I say, oh, this betas, know that now at least I know the proper use of the term, and being a beta is absolutely not something that is bad. It's something that I view at least as something good. Being an alpha then is, I haven't used this term in a long while, and I will not use it moving forward either. You can say leader, and a leader is someone who can be a leader in one situation and a follower in a different situation. And as I said in
Credit Cuttlefish says, I doubt they have hair care products in your idealized medieval world, my dude.
a podcast episode, in certain
I
situations.
don't think he wants to go back to the medieval world. I think maybe 1937 or so. Germany might be where he's wanting to go.
It can be good to reluctantly accept the responsibility of leadership, but otherwise you should always try to find out which man is the most suited to leadership, and then try to be a good follower of his. Then of course we can talk about monarchy and everything like that, but that is a topic for another video. So anyway, thank you for watching. If you haven't already read Dauntless, do so. First link in the description box below. And I wish you a fantastic summer ahead. XOXO. Boom.
What a guy. Lose fat with Play-Doh. Mental techniques to resist cravings. Sunbathe your testicles. Oh my. What an interesting guy. He got his Patreon removed 5 months ago, so that's good.
What's up, fellas? So I had a loyal patron supporter that wanted to know all the things that make a woman.
A cleanse picture? Oh, cutie.
And guard go up. All right. First of all,
so this guy whose name is Alpha Male Strategies is going to tell us what makes women put their guard up. Videos like this are a good example of what would put a woman's guard up. If you saw in the history of some guy, Alpha Male Strategies, energy shield activate.
Guys, first thing I want to say first, do not confuse putting her guard up with losing interest. This is two different things. Putting her guard up means that she simply is going to prevent you from building an attachment with her. So I want to clear that first. So I think a lot of you guys might think, oh, well,
has Baz done anything recently? Yeah, he has. He's on the list.
Losing? No. These two different things. It's not losing interest. She's gonna prevent you from building. For all you guys that have a woman right now, and you like, for the life of me, I cannot build an attachment with this woman.
Okay, then she probably isn't interested and just maybe wants to be platonic friends or acquaintances, or maybe she's just even being nice and doesn't want to, like... And by being nice, I mean, maybe she's afraid that you're gonna freak out on her, so she's too afraid to be honest with you, which happens because men are scary. But either way, if that's not happening, it's not happening. Don't try and force it, you goddamn weirdo.
I just can't get her to do 100% of the...
Spider-Man 2018 remaster PC port came out. It's so good with a mouse. I always prefer controller controls. It's just more intuitive to me. I don't know. It makes me bad at first-person shooters, but that's fine. I'm bad at video games anyway. I just play them for fun. That's why I don't play Dark Souls.
Pursuing. And that's the first telltale sign of an attachment, by the way, guys. If you can't make a woman do 100% of pursuing, and for all the women out here that's watching this video, I'm not talking about you call a dude and ask him out. You dumb motherfuckers don't even know the difference between pursuing and asking a dude out and showing interest. Y'all just fucking delusional.
What?
All right, pursuing is simply just the person who initiates contact. So if you ain't got a woman that's pursuing you 100%, right, then you don't have an attachment. Okay.
Yeah, usually if you're actually, like, friends with someone, or if you're in a situation where you're interested in each other in a romantic way or a sexual way, there's often someone who will start conversations first. Never mind. But that doesn't always have to be the case. But yes, if you're always initiating contact, it's possible she doesn't want to talk to you. Maybe take that as a hint. Maybe be like, oh, okay, maybe she's just not interested in me, even as a friend, and that's okay too. No one is obliged to like you. That's okay.
Okay, I'm just letting you know now. All right? If you can't do that with a woman, if you can't today stop calling a woman 100% completely, and she'll do all the calling, then she's not attached to you.
Also, why are we talking about calling on the phone like it's 1995? Fucking people text each other. What are you doing?
Now, some of you guys...
People send each other pictures of their butthole on Instagram. What is this calling shit?
Probably could do that, and you just don't do it. And that's a personal choice. If you like initiating contact, all right? But, you know, of course, I teach you guys to feed women scraps, and if she's complaining that you never initiate, to feed her some scraps and initiate sometimes. But most women, when you got an attachment and it's 100% on point, they won't even complain about that you don't initiate. They happily do all the initiating. But that's all pursuing is, right? But the difference is, guys, is a woman can date you, but once she puts you in a category and her guard goes up, she keeps herself at arm distance from building an attachment. All right? So I don't want you guys thinking that if you do anything on this list, she stops liking you. No. She's just gonna prevent herself from getting attached to you. Okay? Big difference. In other words, she's gonna put her heart in a fucking barbed wire fence. All right? Her pussy ain't gonna have no fence on it. It's gonna be open, but her heart is gonna be wrapped in barbed wire. She
what the fuck?
She's not gonna let you get her like that. She's not gonna let you get her mentally like that. She's not gonna go there with you. All right. Number one, and for all you guys would say, well, AMS, how do they prevent that? Simple guys, from getting attached. That means you're never gonna be her only option. When a woman puts her guard up, she's going to date other guys because she don't want to get attached to you. So she's going to date other guys, all right? Whether she's sleeping with them or not, that's besides the point. But she's going to date other guys so you can't get all her focus.
She's allowed to do that. Whoever you're talking about, you're not in a relationship with. What is this creepy assumed possessiveness? I do not like this.
Okay, another thing she's going to do, she's going to limit the physical contact, right? She ain't gonna want to do all the public displays of affection and all this type of stuff, right? When y'all sitting on the couch, she ain't gonna want to be like.
Okay, if you're like hanging out with someone, or if you're like friends with benefits with someone, or maybe you fool around with someone once or twice, and you're just like platonic friends, no one, man, woman, NB, whatever, no one is obliged to have a commitment with you or feel deep feelings for you. Like, if that's something that matters to you and you need, then that's a discussion that needs to be had before anything happens, right? Like, go watch 500 Days of Summer and learn a fucking lesson about your creepy, like, your creepy possessiveness. Not good. Not great.
When you with your girl on the couch and stuff, y'all all cuddled up with each other and stuff, right? She's not gonna want to do all that. She's gonna keep it at arm because she knows that's how you build an attachment. Okay.
Has Elliot Hulse been doing anything lately? Not anything super interesting. He did like a live talk, but it was a lot of his same talking points.
So she's gonna do the little things to protect herself from getting attached to you because you've done something to put a guard up. All right. Number one, guys, talking about your ex, good or bad. Talking about your ex, good or bad. Bad is obviously because, she gonna put a guard up because you shit talking your ex. But I think a lot of you guys say, well, if I talk about my ex and I talk about her in a good light, that makes me look good, makes me seem like I'm not butthurt and jaded. Well, the issue is it also makes you seem like you're still motherfucking in love, motherfucker. So yeah.
Chromatic Cuttlefish says, speaking of epic female anatomy, did you see the new video from Mud Fossil Guy? No.
Why, it shows that you ain't jaded and brokenhearted. It also shows that if your ex probably wants you back, she could get you back. Okay? So make sure you guys don't talk about your ex, period. If she bring it up, you talk about it. Hey, it ran its course. We had a good time together. The relationship ran its course. How about them goddamn Cowboys? We getting off that damn topic. Hey, we had a great time.
Is it you or the Chud's getting sale? I know, that's why I don't do Chud Watch as much anymore. It's like they're just on a fucking repeat. It's like they're just repeating the same talking points over and over and over again. It's so weird.
Picked up, brethren. Hope you're doing well. Wolf of Odin here. So, what's up with all you guys out there trying to, talk sense into these women? Don't you know it's a pointless endeavor? See a lot of guys online trying to argue and get their points across. I mean, you might as well be running into a wall at first. Women, I don't think that they're biologically capable of grasping what's in their own best self-interests. And that's because we have so many just weak men out there with their incessant, non-stop pandering to them just for the promise of a sniff and a taste. I saw this one guy online.
Subscribe. I think I'm one of his first 20 or so subscribers. Oh no. Hold on, let me save this guy under Chuds.
And he was in this heated debate.
This guy comment says, she's not your girl if you're not officially dating. And Stone Corbell says, if I didn't know better, I'd say this guy was a parody.
This chick. And you could tell, like, the guy was just getting fucking enraged. And it's just like, because, like, trying to argue with a fucking child. I mean, have you ever, like, fucking sat down with a kid and they just come up with the most delusional fucking arguments? I mean, we're back to the times of I'm paper and you're glue, whatever sticks to me, whatever back to you, like that bullshit, that juvenile just bullshit. When you lose your cool, that's when they win. And that's what they're trying to do. These bitches are constantly testing you to see.
They're not. No, they're not.
If you're gonna snap, they will.
Maybe you just have fucking anger issues, and then when you get called out on it, you're like, I've been trapped. You haven't been trapped. You have anger issues that you don't have resolved, and you think they're normal because you don't want to seek out help.
They will antagonize the living fuck out of you.
Guys, I think we found next week's school shooter.
And twist you up inside until you finally have just had enough. And, like, why would you subject yourself to that? Just laugh in their fucking face. Remind them that they are inferior to you. And need a handicap at every fucking turn to even compete with you on any fucking level.
Profane Priestess says, what about Jeremy and other media chuds? Eh.
And go on with your fucking life. Why are you spending the most valuable resource you have in your life, which is time, to try and reason with someone that has a less fucking developed mind? I mean, the people that try to encourage this shit are the same one that want to push to give the mentally handicapped fucking voting rights. And
I think he's talking about women there. He considers women mentally handicapped.
I mean, it's like women are barely a step above them. Like, it goes mentally handicapped children, women, like dogs, then men. It's like, I don't know about some of y'all. You got me laughing. You got me laughing. And hey, don't get me wrong, I've gotten worse.
Why does this guy look like Nega Jake? Yes, he is the evil anti-Jake.
Up before too. We all do it. Happens to the best of us and the worst of us. But what counts is you keep moving on. And she didn't give birth to you. She's not sucking your dick. Why are you giving her the fucking time of day? You got nothing to prove, you fucking woman. You got nothing to prove. You only got something to prove to your fucking self. It's unhealthy. It's unhealthy, and it's a piss poor way to spend your time. When instead, go make some money. Go get some money. And if you're really that fucking horny, you said money. Take out $100.
Hot take, this guy's an a-hole. What a hot take. I can't believe you've done this.
Go get your dick sucked. That's all for now. Stop giving your fucking time needlessly to these bitches online. That's all I could say. Take care, and as always, stay mcked out.
What the fuck? Citisaurus says, hype? Also, yes, giant asshole. Hype train, hype train. Level 5, do it. Gift sub someone. Make it happen.
Alright, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Something that isn't truthfully ever really discussed. And something really only that anarchists recognize. And that is democracy. Something which has shaped and built.
Hornder says Nega Jake is a good nickname for him. I'd rather call him, like, Bizarro Jake. Or, like, I like Bizarro Jake.
Nations is a tool.
Mostly because it's a comic book reference.
Democracy is a lie. It is a false illusion held over the masses to give them the idea that they are equal and that they have...
Citisaurus! Wow, okay, hold on. Citisaurus, thanks for gifting a sub. And then Neemsor Kolboth, thank you for gifting 10 tier 1 subs. Stone Corbell gives 1,000 bits, says a lot of bits. That's the most bits we've gotten in a long time. Thank you. Wow. And gift subs, too. What a kick-ass group of people you are.
Power over their own lives and over their own decisions. When for centuries, really, it's only been the monarchies, the governments, the nobility, the corporations, celebrities.
86% to level 4.
You know, the ones with real power that have been the ones in charge. People, most people, are weak and respond so positively.
Stephen J. Neptune Man says, and yet this guy is still better than the European guy saying that girls needed to give birth at 12. By the way, what evidence did that guy have for women who don't give birth at 12 are uglier than those that do? None. It was entirely anecdotal on his part. It was just a claim. Bumble Homestead says, I love y'all, just beat the hell out of that train, huh? Funny Little Wizard with 100 bits says, dude talks a lot of shit for a mouth breather. Judge Magister Ember, thanks for gifting a sub. Doodly Doo X, thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. What about Bob? Did you do gift subs? What gift subs did I miss? Missed the gifted subs. No, I didn't. Citisaurus did another gift sub, I think. I don't know what you're talking about. Bellstar says, choo choo, motherfuckers.
Authority.
101% to level 5. We did it. Thanks, everyone. Woo! What a good hype train.
Because...
Tube Man says, chew freaking chew.
They're incapable of accepting
Oh, did you
personal
just mean
fault.
you didn't get a gift sub? Gotcha. Someone gift What About Bob a gift sub. If you can.
I mean, I think that's one of humanity's greatest failures, is the ability to accept responsibility and the ability to accept personal fault. And we've fallen further and
Chromatic Cuttlefish, thanks for 100 bits, says Wee Bits, and Judge Magister Ember, thanks for gifting a sub to What About Bob. Appreciate ya.
further away from that with the introduction of new revolutions and new technologies that have come out, we've definitely been dumbed down as a society. And the new technologies that have been created, are said to have given us the greatest ability in all of human history to share information and to have access.
Unfortunately, as it turned out, people weren't as interested in getting accurate information as it was getting information that made them feel good and that confirmed their biases that already existed, which opened a hole for people to, instead of using these avenues for education, to use these avenues for propaganda and for divisive rhetoric, let's just say. So yeah, we do have access to more information than ever. It's just that people unfortunately used those same channels to push misinformation to people. It sucks.
When in truth, they're used for evil purposes more than they ever are good. It's easy enough to put false information out there and to basically design how people think and react. And we've seen a lot of this happening throughout the last few decades. I mean, look at the Vietnam War.
I'm worried about what he's going to say about this. Sky Comet says, this guy, we need to accept personal responsibility. Also this guy, women are responsible for making me mad. Profane Priestess with 60 bits says, 20-month subscriber, 1.5 year badge, cheer, 10k. Oh, that's all stuff that was not supposed to be typed out. That's just Twitch fucking up. Anarchists are not anti-democracy, we're anti-state and thus anti-representative democracy. Anarchists, real ones, not ANCAPs, advocate various forms of communal decision-making. Usually this takes the form of consensus-based direct democracy built on decentralized anti-hierarchical systems of collective decision-making through instantly recallable delegations of authority.
And everything right up until the last U.S. presidential election. Yes, it makes people skeptical, mostly libertarians, but it also keeps them off guard and distracted from really what's going on in front of them, which is very easy. And that is that there are puppet masters openly pulling the strings. I mean, you have government...
Is he going to get anti-Semitic? Do we think he's going to get anti-Semitic?
Shaming you for wanting to fill your car up with gasoline and go to work when they are flying thousands, tens of thousands of...
TubeMan says, God, every time I see guys like this say stuff about social media and modern tech, it makes me remember Metal Gear Solid 2. I've not played it.
Miles and private jets and creating more of a carbon footprint than you ever will in your entire lifetime. And yet people will still respond to that positively. They'll have their, how shall I put it? They'll have their constituents, they'll have their voters.
Thanks for the level 5 hype, everyone. Very much appreciated.
They'll have their lemmings to support them. And that's where where socialized welfare comes into play. It distracts people from the truth. When you reward and incentivize people, it, again, makes it so they don't have to accept personal fault for their failures in life. And they don't have to accept personal responsibility.
You're not really accepting personal responsibility for your failure to get a partner. Just pointing it out. Sky Comet says, I call these Civil War ho chuds Walmart warriors. They're going to storm the FBI headquarters in their motorized shopping carts.
And the great decider of where the West was going, like it's basically being run off a cliff. And the great decider of that was when, the new divorce laws and everything came into play. Men were...
Oh my God, he's going to do the thing! Women can leave me if I'm a bad husband. I want women to be forced contractually to be with me, even if they don't like me.
Chased out of the home and the family was destroyed. Like, that was kind of the last nail in that coffin. To the point now where people are just kind of running.
Divorce rates have been steadily declining, I think, since the 1980s, by the way.
On auto drive. And the ones in power, the ones in play, are behind the wheel.
Citosaurus says, I'm currently eating cotton candy. I'm trying to decide how much to despise my goblin taste buds for enjoying it so much. I mindlessly ate half the container yesterday and the rest is looking to be gone today. Whoops.
And I don't want to say that people are too stupid, because that's kind of, you know, that's kind of...
Hydrate.
A net negative. No, people are just too selfish. Too selfish in their own ways and their own shortcomings to want to accept such. And that's
Replicant
okay.
says, I was really high yesterday while listening to Peter's story. I wasn't disappointed. I'm happy for you.
Because it's about time that the West soon came to an end anyways. I mean, we're at war with a nation with the most nuclear weapons in the world. We've basically sold out our countries to China, and we're so indebted to them that we'll never be able to recover.
I think like 10 to 20% of U.S. debt is owned by China. The number one owner of U.S. debt is U.S. citizens and U.S. entities who buy government bonds. The whole idea that, like, we owe so much money to China that they're gonna own us is basically xenophobic horseshit. Not true. Stone Corbell says, Metal Gear Solid 2 has the big rant about social media towards the end. This is before things like Facebook and Twitter existed, but it was very prescient about how things eventually would turn out regarding people falling into echo chambers of validation.
We're so dependent now on other nations for food and for trade.
Man, it's almost like we're a global civilization that requires cooperation of everyone around the world, and we shouldn't act like we're not. Crazy.
That they have final say. Like, we've basically done everything that we can. We've been so self-destructive, and I include myself in that too. Like, I didn't wake up until later. And
was that after your third divorce?
Yeah, like I said, like, it was the last nail in the coffin was when the nuclear family was destroyed. So
I'm guessing he means his nuclear family.
But yeah, democracy, you think that you're in charge. You think that you're making the best decisions for yourself, when in reality you're probably making the worst. But you know, the last two generations have been pretty much born into this, and they've been taught this a lot. They've been taught the sham from the time that they're very young, impressionable. I mean, the government controls what's being taught in schools, and you're constantly under the threat of force if you dare act out, like dare think the wrong thing or act a certain way. And I mean, this is present among more radical leftist groups and cancel culture. And
cancel culture.
Unfortunately, the thing is, with these more radicalized communist idealists, that true, they're short-lived, but the damage done is unfathomable. I mean, 160 plus million dead, mostly dissidents under communist regimes and the Slavic nations, Russia, Ukraine, and also...
Okay, now do capitalism. How many people have died under capitalism because of hunger, poverty, the CIA going to other countries and doing coups, needless wars, housing insecurity, literally all of the other things. Look, I get it. Authoritarian regimes are bad everywhere. I don't like the current government of China. I don't like when the Soviet Union was the Soviet Union, the rulership of Stalin and shit. I don't think authoritarianism is good, period. but acting as though a society that doesn't allow people to take advantage of other people economically is automatically authoritarian. I don't think that's true.
China. People don't really understand that they're digging their own grave when they believe in democracy, they believe in government, they believe in the system. And again, I don't really hold any one person responsible for that. This has been something that's been studied for hundreds of years by individuals' response to certain stimulants and to certain, like, either praise, reward, threat. I mean, look at the tests back in the 60s and 70s, where it's basically they have experiments, they have voluntary participants.
Is this guy like on his lunch break or something? It looks like he's just standing outside the back of like a building in a parking lot or something.
Where
I'm looking at the reflection in his ugly sunglasses.
One is basically they have like prisoner guards, or they had other ones where they had one participant hooked up to a machine that emitted electricals. They were hooked up and had electrical probes inserted, and the other person was on the other end and was being either threatened or incentivized to turn up the voltage, and the other person on the other one would obviously be tortured. Like, they've been conducting these experiments for quite a long time, and it takes.
Chud's misunderstanding the Stanford prison experiment should be on the bingo card. That's actually not the Stanford prison experiment he's referencing. It's another study on perceived authority and compliance. The Milgram experiment. Thank you. That's what it's called. The Stanford prison experiment was horseshit and completely unscientific. Drawing conclusions from the Stanford prison experiment is problematic at best. The other one, though, the Milgram experiment, that is well done. And has been redone many times. Von Tuck says, the divorced dad energy. He spent all the years since the divorce putting this all together. Sky Comet says, is he talking about Milgram? Way to miss the point of the whole study.
It takes some time to deprogram yourself from it all. It usually takes quite a shock, takes quite a traumatic event to break you out of it and kind of see things for how they are. But yeah, it's all just one giant social experiment to see how, like, the last 100 years or so, it's just been one giant social experiment, wars, what have you, whatever, to see how societies respond to different types of stimuli. And I mean, we're pretty much at the end. The fall of the West is inevitable. I mean, just like Rome, when you give the weak, then you incentivize the weak and give them power over you, or give them special rights and privileges, then you see the utter destruction that they are capable of. I mean, single mother homes, climate change, like the ones responsible for. Sorry, there's just a bell there. But yeah, no, like climate change itself, putting all these restrictions and taxes on, like creating new taxes and everything, when it's China and India that are like emitting the most world carbon emissions, and good luck shutting them down.
And the emissions that they're putting off are generally, a large portion of them are in the service of making consumer goods for people in the United States and Europe.
Because we're so dependent upon them now. It gets to be quite a joke at the point. And I can't help but have a certain level of respect for some of these dictators.
That's the quote of the video.
Because they understand they understand the inner workings of it all, and they are either feared or respected for such. Like, feared or revered for such. And, I think, truthfully, each one of us, when we're given a taste of that power, that we'll pretty much almost do anything to acquire more. I think that's just the human psyche. I think that's just humanity itself. I mean, I think that's why communism is so appealing. It's because it's the forceful acquisition of another person's property and given to you, and nothing tastes better than candy stolen from a baby, the weakest of us.
What?
And that's who these people mostly target, is children. Young, impressionable minds that are easily indoctrinated into the fold. Cowardly, yes, but you can't help but respect a little bit the level of intellect and design that's gone
No,
into it.
Sir,
Not
what?
saying you have to like it, but if you kind of take a step back, then it's quite a intricate and intelligent design. Because these people at the end of the day just want to be gods. And in some ways, and in some cults, they are. So, anyways, that's just my take on it. To kind of sum it up, democracy itself.
Do you think that Bizarro Jake has a wheat suit somewhere in his closet that he wears? H. Baird says, this is interesting. Authoritarians obsess over having power for power's sake and thus can't understand someone who isn't motivated by a lust for power.
Is the world's greatest lie. You've never had power over your own life unless you've taken that power by force. And such has pretty much led up to the end of the West. And we'll see what the next age holds. Don't let this scare you. It's not the end. It's just the beginning of something new. As I stated, civilizations rise and fall, and the West is just probably the next one in a long line. Anyways, thank you for watching. Take care. And as always, stay MGTOW.
Good lord.
Ray, when someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes!
It's always interesting to like Google MGTOW or something similar and then find most recent. Because that's usually where you can find the small channels posting really crazy cringe stuff like what we just watched. That's where I found that guy today.
I work at Hooters, yet I still can't lose my virginity. I got a job at Hooters as a dishwasher, and have been working there for around 4 months now, and I still haven't come close to sleeping with any of the girls there. I haven't even got to be any of their friends. They just treat me nice and me and them have small convos during lunch, but that's it.
Yeah, your coworkers, you fucking shit. Why do you assume because someone works at Hooters as a waitress she's gonna sleep with you, you fucking idiot? You goddamn creep.
I thought I would have been able to sleep with at least one of the girls there because of the reputation Hooters have, and the
Did I see King Chud popped up to whine about prey and declares himself right and everyone else wrong? I can't even believe Sargon's still got a fucking channel. I saw Prey finally, by the way. It was fucking good. It was the best Predator movie since the first one. It's now my second favorite Predator movie. So go check out Prey. It slaps. Stephen J. Neptune Man says, I'm sorry, but I can't help but think of this comedian after watching that last video.
So I just...
I'll have to take a look at that in a sec.
Outfits that they wear, but I'm so pathetic that I still can't get anything even while working there, and I see some of the male cooks there flirting with the girls and stuff, and I can sense hooking up happening in the workplace, but I still can't get anything.
This dude is very delusional on so many levels, thinking that getting a job in a workplace full of females will guarantee him a girlfriend.
Just seen on Fox News that they finally did it. They raided Mar-a-Lago. You can't just go storming stuff without permission. What do you think this is? Some kind of government building where a minor dust-up occurred? I don't think so. This is illegal. This is the home/golf course/resort of the greatest American to ever walk the face of this flat earth. And just the thought of the FBI busting in makes me sick. Kicking in the door, scaring Eric off his fleshlight, Don Jr. probably dumping powder down the toilet like he's Karen from Goodfellas, them agents ripping up couch cushions, flipping over tables, whispering in their wrist, like, oh, Mulder and Scully to President Brandon, the eagle has landed. I repeat, the eagle has landed. No, sir, this is not your Alexa. This is the FBI. Just hand the phone to somebody else. But I digest. It makes me sick. And you can rest assured that I've already written in not the FBI on all my back the blue stickers. If you ask me, we should defund the FBI. They don't need all them windbreakers. They don't need all them windbreakers. To make matters worse, they broke into his safe, probably taking his sports almanac and whatever else he's got in there. Well,
that's a good one.
If they break into his safe, they damn sure can break into my safe and your safe, proving how unsafe these people actually are. It's not safe. Well, you know what? You go ahead and keep it up, President Brandon. You wicked, despicable, evil mastermind.
Seriously, if Marty McFly accidentally made Trump president, can he fucking fix it already? We're literally in the bad timeline from Back to the Future 2.
Who's also got dementia. You do your worst. Because unlike Josh Hawley, these colors don't run. These colors...
That's funny.
On Who You Ask, there are at least 7 different male personality types, so today we're going to be taking a look at all 7 of them. Number 1, Zeta male.
Elminato says, even if he fixed it, would he be able to get the fixed timeline? We were all stuck in here, or am I thinking of a different time travel media? This timeline would disappear, and a new timeline would reappear. That would be the correct one where we aren't in hell. Sorry, we're not in hell. We're in Hill Valley, but I can't imagine hell being much worse. Anyway.
The Zeta male is one of the lesser-known male personality types. As you can imagine, it is considered to be the polar opposite of the alpha males, which we'll get to in a bit. The Zeta male is a one-man wolf pack.
Trunks' timeline stayed the same. Time travel does not work by Dragon Ball Z rules. Time travel works by Back to the Future rules.
Stop thinking about the movie.
Because that's the kind I find the funnest.
The Hangover. I know you are. Stop it. As Zetas are lone wolves, they tend to keep their own company and live by their own rules. This strict code of solitude also extends into Zeta's love life, as Zetas tend to be celibate by choice.
It's really weird how MGTOW videos are all women bad, but their thumbnails rely almost exclusively on thirst traps because they're pathetic. Because they are pathetic.
Choosing to
time travel works by primer rules. That can't be true, because then I wouldn't be able to do it effectively. Primer's a great movie. It really is. It's just... you gotta watch it a couple times.
Forgo.
What about Bill and Ted rules? I'd argue Bill and Ted rules are the same as... well, do we ever see history change? We do. Bill and Ted rules, I'd say, are very similar to Back to the Future rules. Except you can do things like say, oh, we'll come back in time later and leave the keys right there, and then they do, so the keys are there immediately, you know what I mean? But arguably Back to the Future is similar, but not really. You have to do the action first, you can't just think of it. Although they never tried, so who knows.
Things like sex and...
Bill and Ted rules are the funnest time travel rules because they take advantage of it in a way that other time travel movies don't because it's a comedy. Donnie Darko rules? I've not seen Donnie Darko.
And marriage. Each has their own reasons for this choice, of course.
Time travel isn't Doctor Who rules. Doctor Who time travel doesn't have rules. It's whatever the writer wants for that specific episode. Sometimes when you create paradoxes, like monsters show up to eat time, sometimes it just changes history, sometimes it fucks everything up. Like, it's so inconsistent, Doctor Who, and how the time travel works. That's not the point.
For some, it may just be a matter of going through life with blinders on, only seeing directly what is in front of them to achieve their goals. For others, it may be that they had relationships go wrong and as a result chose not to focus any energy on things that may distract them.
Replicant with 100 bits says, my dad watches Fox News and thinks that people are overreacting about the FBI raid. Nothing worse than Hillary's emails. Hey, consider cutting your dad out of your life. He's probably a piece of shit. That's really... I'm projecting my familial situation with my birth dad onto you, and that's unfair of me. Sorry. What you just said triggered some, like, trauma shit for me, so I apologize. That was unfair of me to say.
It can be a lonely existence in more than one way, but as any Zeta male will tell you, even being a lone wolf is better than being a sheep. Number 2. Gamma male. The gamma male is an interesting one, as gammas are like the...
You'll know a gamma male by his tendency to turn giant and green when angry.
...stew of personality types. There tends to be a little bit of everything in this personality type, unlike the others. Typically, with a personality type, there is one defining characteristic that stands out. With gammas, there are no internal dominant personality types. For example, someone with a gamma personality type is as empathetic as they are adventurous. Certain people over the years have viewed empathy as a feminine emotion or a weakness. But anyone who's ever had a male doctor with horrible bedside manner will tell you how important of a trait empathy is to have.
That's the only situation where a man might need empathy, if you are a doctor. Oh my god.
Clearly, that is one of Gamma's strengths. As well, Gammas tend to be very self-aware in terms of themselves and how their actions affect others, which combined with their empathy is a major advantage in whatever field they choose to go into. Not to mention the fact that Gammas tend to be both eager and adventurous. So your Gamma friend may be the one to suggest a crazy adventure, but he'll also at least hopefully make sure you live through it. Of the personality types, Gammas tend to be more shy. Number 3.
This is just misogynistic astrology. This is just dumb MGTOW astrology, and I hate it. Oh my god. Sorry, I said that after someone else already made the joke. JK Metexis says, this is just astrology zodiacs for guys, isn't it? Yes. Dr. Gamble says, we got one scientifically discredited book about wolfpack dynamics, and now it's just Greek letters all the way down.
The Omega Male. Full disclosure, when writing this script, it made me think of a movie called The Omega Man. The movie was later remade starring Will Smith. And speaking of Omega
Pretty sure it's based on a book.
Males, this personality type tends to be more chill and easygoing than the other types of personalities. Omega
It was called The Last Man on Earth, I think.
Very much walk to the beat
or something like that
of their own drum. They're intelligent, even to the point of being nerdy about things like video games or things they collect. But unlike other personality types, Omegas aren't looking to rule the world, as it's just where they keep their stuff.
I Am Legend is the book. Was there another adaptation with, what's his name? Vincent Price? I feel like there was an adaptation that was even earlier than Omega Man with Vincent Price, called, like, The Last Man on Earth or something.
He's typically that friend who's really smart.
It's the 50s version? Okay.
In lots of different ways, but doesn't apply those smarts in a useful way. We've all got a friend like that who is both the smartest person we know and the least successful. While other personality types may work towards the huge house and collection of super...
Okay, I'm already bored by this.
The NPC is derived from non-player character and is an internet meme, and the phrase is taken from video games referring to any figure a gamer encounters while roaming a digital landscape that cannot be controlled. The NPC meme is meant to represent people who do not or cannot think for themselves and are incapable of...
It's a way fascists tend to try and dehumanize opposition by calling them NPCs, and implies that they are in some way less human than you, and therefore whatever tactics you take against them are justified, because you're a real person. You're player one, okay? You're here to make sure the story moves forward, because we all know life is a narrative.
Having...
It's fashy talking points. This is why people like John Doyle call people NPCs.
An internal monologue, or be able to use their minds to visualize. They only regurgitate that which the collective they belong to spouts, usually those that consume the mainstream media and wish to have correct opinions, for example. Not only are the NPCs unable to think for themselves, but they simply parrot orthodoxies rather than ever challenge mainstream.
It's kind of weird that is this game footage he got from Watch Dogs Legion? I like Watch Dogs Legion. I enjoy that game. I have it. I have the season pass for it. It's alright. It's fun. Doesn't seem like a game he'd be into, because he's a big piece of shit. And I think he's racist, and he's definitely sexist, which Watch Dogs is not. So...
assumptions. The meme itself swept the internet in 2018, and it got so under the skin of those being called it, and they were being called NPCs in response to their own taunts online of things like Orange Man bad and
I don't know if you know this. Orange Man is bad. Orange Man is bad, though. He may have been trying to sell top secret nuclear documents to Saudi Arabia. So, Orange Man, bad.
Drumpf.
Dr. Campbell with 100 bits says, as a real person, I must properly educate all non-NPCs on what it means to be a real person.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person, but if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Stephen has a choice. He could spend years helping improve the quality of life for citizens of impoverished third world nations, or he could systematically set fire to every orphan living in a 30-kilometer radius of his house. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no...
I love the Stanley Parable.
Time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Go play the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, which definitely isn't secretly a sequel to the Stanley Parable. But you can get Ultra Deluxe / Stanley Parable 2 by, and it includes the Stanley Parable 1 as well.
That Twitter went on a mass ban.
Just don't go, if you do get Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, eventually once you go through the stuff, you'll see a door that says like extra content or new content. Don't do that until you're comfortable with how much you've already done with the normal content in the game, because that's sort of when the sequel starts.
Ban on anyone using the meme, and they did so to save the feelings of the blue checks so they could have their safe space contained and that no other thoughts that they disagree with could find them there. But since that time, science has come to the forefront with research that, while not conclusive of course, points very much to the existence of the proverbial NPC. And to find out if the person you're talking to is an NPC, well, all you have to do now is just look them in the eyes.
NPCs aren't a thing in the real world. Every human being you come across is a human being with thoughts and feelings just like you.
They have a physical telltale, and I will explain this in just a few short moments. And now a word from my sponsor, and that sponsors me. Get these cool new t-shirts. Link to them is in the description. It helps support this channel, and it is very much appreciated.
They think everyone else is an NPC unless they agree with them. Yeah, that's the whole point. It's dehumanizing their opposition so they can do whatever they want to them without feeling bad.
Get this new and grandiloquent Felix Rex t-shirt for 2022 to show the world that you cannot be bamboozled, hoodwinked, or beguiled. Most importantly, your eyes are not wide shut.
Occult Comics says, I have it, the Stanley Parable, but my terminal levels of guilt got me to stop playing because of a staircase, good voice acting, and my stubborn insistence that I have free will. Stone Corbell with 50-bit says, there was like one article that spawned the NPC thing. I don't remember which one it was, but it suggested that some people don't have internal narratives. No idea of this study it's based on is supported by anything. Yeah, that sounds like bullshit. That sounds like bullshit.
While the key feature of the NPC is their inability to think for themselves and regularly regurgitate whatever the new thing that the herd is spouting, one of the others...
Or sometimes there are societal issues that are at the forefront and are being discussed, and people will often disagree with you on those issues. That doesn't make them NPCs, it makes them human beings who think differently than you. I know that makes it harder to hurt people that you want to hurt for disagreeing with you, but if you're gonna try and hurt people, fucking be honest with yourself about it, you coward. Tea with Goblin says, God plays The Sims. God clicks on Hannah, selects swear. Fuck.
One of the other key features, that is is they have no internal monologue. Now, the key to this is that the herd, or the NPCs in games as well as in real life, greatly outnumber the playable character or main character.
Wait, he legit believes that the vast majority of people in the world don't have any sort of internal monologue? That's one of the dumbest, most narcissistic, borderline solipsistic things I've ever heard in my life. What is wrong with him? I am aware there are some people who don't think in words. There are some people who only speak in pictures, which is interesting, because I'm quite the opposite. I find it very difficult to picture anything, but I have a constant monologue in my head. It's always words, all the time, right? That's why I think I'm okay at this, is because I can just talk forever and ever and ever and never run out of things to say. But, like, most people do have some sort of thoughts, like the vast majority.
Or those people with an internal monologue or with an internal voice. Interestingly, a study and subsequent research into the subject found that, well, in this study that was performed on 30 college students, an average of 26% of the participants reported having some sort of internal speech, but some 75% or 74% had absolutely none at all.
This was published in a thing called Data Driven Investor, by the way. And it was a sample size of 30, as said. I'm going to go ahead and put X to doubt. DJ Shea says, if I remember correctly, the study about internal monologues and internal narratives was about how there are people that, people who have aphantasia, which is like 30 leagues from where racist pigeon takes it. And Stone Corbell says 30 college students equals definitely study worth thousands of people talking about online, basing their personality on.
Other psychologists have estimated that between 30 to 50% of people have an inner monologue, which narrates their thoughts throughout the day, while the rest of people do not. Now, of course, they say that there's nothing to worry about this, but what it does do is it clearly suggests that the majority of people around you have no inner voice.
Okay, even if someone didn't have an inner monologue, it doesn't mean they're not a human being. They might be unconsciously, like, reasoning about things and thinking about things without even realizing it, not having an internal dialogue. People might be thinking in images or thinking in abstract concepts that don't actually become words. Like, I don't do that, but other people might. The fact that you are reading a literal article from a person who says they don't have an internal voice means clearly the lights are on and someone's at home. They wrote a fucking article about it. Chromatic Cuttlefish says 95% of Chud statistics are made up, cherry-picked, or flawed studies. Tea with Goblins says, incorrect, Hannah, not everyone is constantly thinking, like my void cat Eris, who's never ever had a single thought in her pretty little head. No thoughts, head empty, my brainless little spook dumpling. Well, that's a cat. Cats aren't people.
And this is one of the key components of the NPC meme. And this is just an aside, but when you look at vaccination rates by countries, you can clearly see a trend, at least in the Western world where vaccinations are readily available, that those that have taken at least one dose of the vaccine hovers around 82 to 76%, or around 79% as an average.
Oh god, he's an anti-vax idiot too.
While this is just a correlation, obviously, it does suggest that the vast majority of people will do anything they are told, and in many ways are unable to critically think for themselves and simply parrot the orthodoxies rather than...
Holy shit, this is some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Chromatic Cuttlefish says I hate this guy already.
...ever challenge these mainstream assumptions, diktats, and the use of coercion in the case of vaccinations.
It's amazing to me that this guy can't even fathom the idea that I am aware of how the vaccination works. and agree with it and think it is a good thing, and that's why I got vaccinated. What a severe lack of the ability to look into other people's perspectives. How strange.
So the herd, or the majority of people, took the vaccine without question, and they took an RNA drug that had no long-term studies attached to it, and there was no understanding of the risks versus benefits because the...
Okay, I'm just gonna report this. I'm fucking done with these people. So fucking over this shit. Yes, mRNA vaccines have studies going back decades. Hydrate.
I would fight in the front lines, the bloodiest battle the world has ever seen, and come back with no limbs if it meant that that would guarantee me an ugly fat chick for life.
You have to offer a woman.
As of now, nothing. I don't have a job, I am ugly, so my value right now is 0.
Have you approached many women?
Oh, many.
To be clear, this is not about this gentleman being sexually active. I have no concern or care what other people's sexual status is. This is about him being an I-word.
And what was the result?
Rejection 100% of the time. I would start talking to a girl, and immediately she would give me fuck off signals. She would, you know, pull out her cell phone.
Are you just approaching strangers? Usually people don't like to be approached by strangers and chatted up.
Just start texting her friends. And just hope I would go away.
Okay.
I don't approach that much anymore because, you know, I've had over 1,000 rejections in real life, 2,000 rejections online, so that's 3,000 rejections total. I'm approximating, that's not a real word, we're redoing that. Ask a question again. I aim as low as possible. I aim for obese women, ugly women, ideally ugly and obese. You know, I aim for the bottom of the barrel because, you know, I realize that I'm ugly. Pretty boys get women, like your sound guy.
It's so weird how people like this will have such negativity about themselves, because, like, this dude is not ugly. He just looks like a normal guy. Like, what?
Just you know, turn it to him, he's like, yeah. Turn to him, and he doesn't. See, he gets women because, see, I knew the moment I looked at him that he's not incel. I'm jealous.
Before this?
Actually, I haven't. To be perfectly honest, I had no idea.
Dircher says this guy needs to capitalize on the Adam Driver thing immediately. Also missed your last bit. Sorry. A lovely cleanse. Oh god, what was it? Hold on.
For me, I really like corn.
What do you like about corn?
Ever since I was told that corn was real, it tasted good.
Did you think corn wasn't real?
But when I tried it with butter, everything changed. I love corn. Corn.
Fucking yes, corn with butter is awesome. I am with this kid.
Do you think everyone should be eating corn?
No, not everyone has to like it to be the best.
Yeah.
Everyone just has to try it. Have a bite.
What else are your favorite
someone get me some goddamn street corn.
things?
I play a variety of games. Hide and seek, tag, never lava monster. Yeah, mostly corn. I mean, then look at this then. I can't imagine a more beautiful thing. It's corn! Look at this.
It's corn!
Because corn is awesome!
Can you describe corn to someone who's never tasted it before?
A big lump with knobs. It has the juice. It's the part that mostly makes me like the cone.
How much do you think corn should cost?
$1. I hope you will have a corn-tastic day.
A corn-tastic day?
What? It's just a pun about cone. If anyone loves corn, if you come to me, I can tell you all about it.
Do you like corn?
No.
Have you ever had corn before?
No.
That was precious. I hope that kid gets all the corn his heart desires.
Yeah.
KBS says, I would go get you street corn, but there's the problem of not eating it before it gets to you. You bastard.
When I was in high school, I wasn't the most popular guy until the end of the years, and at that point, no girls really were interested in me. And then the job came. I started the same day as a girl that I really wasn't interested in. 3 months in, I started to get interested in her, and she was interested in me. Except when I got interested in her, she stopped being interested in me. And then after that, I just kind of went with the flow, and whatever happened, happened, so.
It's a place to vent. I mean, it's just a place to socialize with other incels who suffer from the same problem I do.
It's a place where, you know, people go put things that are like completely hidden from most other places. There's a lot of negative emotions that you can see there. There's a lot of depression, a lot of anger, a lot of hopelessness. I think the general consensus, though, is that the posters who are more controversial don't really fall under the love shy umbrella. Like, they would fall under something called incel.
Every day is a Sarge for me.
The way I see it, you gotta be yourself on dates because that's what you're gonna end up with anyways. So, picking up artists, it's all scam.
But how are you gonna know what you want if you don't know who you are?
Get-rich-quick schemes. You see, with get-rich-quick schemes, they promise you the moon and the sun. They promise that you can...
Take it slower, you know?
No, I gotta talk fast.
You gotta talk fast?
Yes, I have to come off as intelligent as possible. This is an ego thing.
Oh no! Woo! I just saw one of my worst traits in the mirror, and I do not like it.
Well,
I have a tendency to speed up my speech, especially when I get really excited to the point where it's unintelligible and it's real fucking bad. Oh.
you can talk slowly and still be intelligent.
No.
Style PUA camp should be created for these guys that you term as you've used the term incels or involuntary celibates. So my plan for PUA camp would be similar to how they do initiation.
Welcome to Dud to Stud Boot Camp. The texture on it looks like corn. Is it supposed to be corn?
At the Citadel, I would have all the incels and love shies all basically huddled in like cattle into a room. Like, these guys would be like standing together like cattle in a cattle pen. And these guys who I'm going to call the drill sergeants would be in there confiscating all their World of Warcraft shit, all their Dungeons and Dragons shit, and they'd put it in a big...
He knows women play Dungeons and Dragons, right? I play Dungeons and Dragons. Sarah plays Dungeons and Dragons. I met a new friend recently who also plays Dungeons and Dragons. Like, plenty of women play Dungeons and Dragons, dude. My fiance has played Dungeons and Dragons and enjoyed it. Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's actually an ideal situation to maybe make some friends and meet people, is getting together for D&D. What a psycho.
Fucking bonfire and burn it. Then have surround sound playing the sounds of women enjoying sex. You know, neon lights flashing the words. It's all so adorable, but you can't have it.
Play the Omega, which is the little brother, basically.
No. Not little brother. Village idiot.
Well, that's what I aim for. Is the guy everybody makes fun of as the Joker. The Joker of the group, if you will.
Can you explain Omega?
I won't have slander on Capri Suns in this chat. Don't anyone say a thing about the Capri Suns except how delicious they are.
Do you understand the Greek alphabet?
Yes.
Okay. Omega is the last. As I had explained to him, using the wolf pack analogy, alpha and beta are usually the two dominant wolves. And then in most wolf packs, there's an omega.
He's citing the debunked wolf shit.
I know. I have to learn to gain more confidence around you guys and to try to build myself.
Not just us, in general.
Yeah.
This is a life skill. But going back to the pack animal analogy, the mates will see that too.
Something he will never ever need in his life.
I've already needed one.
Yeah,
Well,
back
you
in
can't blame that.
during the Clinton administration.
Look, if I did have chances in college while Bush was president, but I just was too much of a wuss.
Well, that's the internet for you. Here we are.
DJ Shea says German Capri Sun is superior to US Capri Sun. I haven't tried German Capri Sun, so I can't say.
Well, there are several do's and don'ts about getting laid at a nightclub. I'll list them out for you. Here are the do's.
Be attractive. Be hot. Be good looking.
Be muscular. Basically, I can tell you're an incel by looking at you. Don't. These are the don'ts. Don't be unattractive. Don't be average looking. Don't have pale skin. Yep.
I've known people who love pale skin. I've known women who love pale skin. Like, what the fuck? Why do all of these men universally think there's like one standard of attractiveness for women? It's so weird.
Well, if you follow those rules, you're pretty much guaranteed a free lay every time you walk into the club.
What is this music?
It's just beautiful music.
You have friends who are dorks like that who get girls when we go out? Yeah, you just have to have a personality and be a human being that's likable. Like, holy shit. I've always used this as an example, and I'll use it again. Jake. Jake has been, like, one of my best friends for a decade. Jake has never, ever had problems attracting women. Women like him. He's got charisma. He does. He does. He's confident in the right areas, and he can speak and be funny, right? He's likable. So, anyone who's like, oh, only Chads get women, it's like, no. You're just awful to be around. You're just awful. Lower Energy Videos, thanks for rating. Go check out Lower Energy Videos. Stone Corbell says they just have such gross opinions about women. That's all. It's not their physical appearance. They just see everyone women and think, how can I get them to have sex with me? Not, oh, look, a human person I can have a relationship with. Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy, crazy stuff.
Parmesan cheese, right?
Netzerk says Jake is definitely attractive. To be clear, I am not calling Jake unattractive. I'm not calling Jake ugly. I don't want anyone to get that impression. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying when these people are talking about Chads, they're normally talking about, like, gym bro, muscular, chiseled, like, model types, you know?
Look what Kyle's wearing. He's got this polo on, it's fitting. He's got nice jeans on. He's got flat-bottom sneakers with a Nike check. He's got this nice jacket here. Your clothes are just awful. Wow.
Well, hello.
it's UWT here, and we're in the mall giving Michael a makeover because he's fucking ugly. That's a sergeant tie, sergeant shirt. The flat bottom soles are in, right, right, Scott?
Nah, this nigga needs to get some fresh J's. Fresh J's on this nigga.
Dude, you weren't supposed to wear all the items at once. Hey, excuse me. What do you think of this? I told him it looks terrible. It's comfortable. All right, get a picture.
I like pea coats like that. I think it's a good look on men most of the time if they get one that fits correctly. I think this is a little bit of a bad fit for him. It's a little big on him, but if you can find one that fits properly, I think that'd probably be fine.
It's not a bad idea.
When I was still in dude mode before I came out, I loved pea coats. I'd have those. They'd cover a lot of me, which was nice because I was very uncomfortable with my body, and I think they look sharp.
But I don't think what I need I'm going to get from these guys. I have a feeling we're going after a different kind of...
Look?
No. As I was saying, I have a feeling we are going after a different kind of female and what we're trying to...
Female? Hey, Cass. Hey, honey. Thanks for coming to visit. Tea with Goblin says, yep, my partner of 13 years is a short, nerdy dude who happily shows off his Warhammer minis and dresses like a homeless wizard. These guys are looking for material excuses because buying a new wardrobe or hitting the gym is easier than acknowledging that you're a shitty person. Yeah. It's good to have interests and hobbies. Like, for instance, the hobby that I have that is quite dorky, and I know I'm a trans woman, so, like, this is a different situation than, like, they would consider, because they're, like, cis men. But if we're just talking about relationships in general, the dorkiest thing about me is how much I like to talk about my movie collection. I own over 1,000 movies on Blu-ray and DVD. I could talk about it for hours. I could go through my whole collection and talk about whatever. Baja likes that. Even though it's... I find... I'm always like, oh, I'm sorry I'm going on and on about this, like... Because I'll be like... We'll be sitting there at night watching a bad reality show or something and be like, oh my gosh, they just put this obscure 80s movie on Blu-ray, and let me tell you why this is important, because the last scan that the company did by Mill Creek was dog shit, but now this new company's doing a new 4K scan, and it's, you know, I'll go on and on about whatever bullshit. And I'm always like, I'm sorry, this is, like, not interesting and stupid, and you don't care about this. But she finds it interesting and likes hearing me talk about it because we're in a relationship and we love each other, and she enjoys listening to things I'm interested in, and I enjoy listening to things she's interested in, you know? It's, I don't know, just be a person. Enjoy things, that's fine.
What
kind are you trying
to... Will Callie says Mill Creek and just does this. That's the correct response.
Go after someone who
Yeah, what
will
kind of
love
girls do
you
you like?
for
You never
you.
answered that.
Why do you think Advance is so obsessed with his face?
Maybe because his face is something that he can't really change.
But he can and will change it.
Well, with plastic surgery.
I have a Photoshop picture where I shortened my face, I made my canthal tilt positive. I'd like to have my Neanderthal brow grinded down. I'd like a canthoplasty, which is when they lift the corners of the eyes. I might decide to get a revision rhinoplasty.
I know more about fat chicks than probably anyone on the planet. Like, I could write a book on them.
Replicant with 100 bits says, I'm not that big of a geek, I only have one lightsaber. I had one, it was one of the like one of the $120 VFX lightsabers that were really nice. It was, I think it was an Obi-Wan one. No, maybe it was Anakin's. It was the blue one. It was a blue one. It was really cool. It broke at some point. It's a shame. Lightsaber fights are fun, especially if you have the really good ones.
I look at ugly fat chicks and I see how easily they get men, and, you know, sometimes that makes me angry.
Do you ever resent women?
Sometimes I do because of how easy they have it and how hard we have it in comparison.
What makes you an expert on women, having never touched a girl, kissed a girl?
Sex, I don't think most women like sex. I think it's something that they do just...
I have never in my life, and I'm you know, there are people out there who don't like sex, right? There are genuinely people who are like asexual and sex repulsed. So that exists. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. But, you know, when we're talking about either heterosexual, and I'm not talking about hetero-romantic or homo-romantic, I am talking about hetero or homosexual women. I have never met a woman who didn't enjoy sex with partners who were considerate. I've not ever seen a woman who didn't like sex. Again, who was not asexual, sex repulsed, or something like that. I'm talking about people who are sexual. They just don't like shitty partners who are selfish and don't want to do foreplay and don't want to actually engage in sexual activity. They just want to stick it in and come.
I don't know, just because, I mean, like, the guy wants it, I guess.
I know some ace people are fine with sex. That's why I specified sex repulsed.
No, I mean, women don't have a high sex drive.
Do you think that women ever have trouble?
H-Baird says, $10 says the guy with longer hair is an egg. I don't like to put that on people.
Nope.
That's even easier. That's like shooting a dead fish in a barrel. When you have a machine gun, infinite ammo.
If a woman wanted to get sex, she could go to a grocery store and ask any of the male cashiers, and I'm sure they all would, even the married.
Holy shit. These guys really do not understand, like, the level of safety and comfortability that goes into play with sex with like, men, because men are scary. Not to put that out there on anyone who's like a man. I'm not saying you in particular are scary. I'm saying, like, a stranger you don't know who is statistically perhaps bigger than you, could perhaps overpower you. That's a scary situation. You're not going to do that. And also, not everyone is interested in casual sex with strangers. A lot of people, maybe even most people, I don't know the statistic on this, want to have some kind of, like, relationship with the person, even if it's just like a friend that you're friends with benefits with. Usually people want some sort of connection with the person, even if it's not romantic in nature.
Married ones. Even the Catholic married ones.
I would fight in the front lines, the bloodiest battle the world has ever seen, and come back with no limbs, if it meant that would guarantee me an ugly fat chick for life.
With the cake.
You need to talk about the cake. Come on.
It was a vagina cake.
It was in fact a vagina cake.
Did he fuck a vagina cake?
Cake.
And they specifically saved the special portion for me.
Uh-huh.
And I tried eating this thing, and it was like, oh yeah, it's not gonna be a problem. I'm gonna lick it and everything. It'll be hilarious. And then I go and I just got red in the face and choked.
He couldn't even jokingly lick a cake vagina? Eat the box, people. Eat the box.
I couldn't do it. I'm just...
I think there's some projection going on here. You're the one who's afraid of vaginas. Oh wait, you're the one... That just reminded me of the thread. I'm terrified of female genitals. I totally forgot about that.
I don't like to make speculations about people's sexualities, but if he's repulsed by vaginas, is it possible he might be into some other kind of genitalia, or is he sex repulsed in general?
I just don't like looking at him.
Oh god, I can't even look at it. I'm serious. Like, I Google vaginas and I get this fucking picture. I can't even fucking look at it.
What?
I don't like looking at them. They're too
Most
low.
guys probably don't.
They're too low?
Yes.
What do you mean they're
Well, they're too low!
too low?
I wish...
Chromatic Cuttlefish with 50 bits says, I once scared the shit out of a woman when I was out jogging because she was on her phone and didn't notice me coming along the footpath, and I felt so bad for her just because I was a guy and moving at faster than walking pace. Yeah, shit's scary. It's not your fault, necessarily. It's just, you know, the world we live in.
They were parallel with my dick. Head's all empty and I don't care.
Wait, so
Summer
why-
baby. So Lori starts complaining to me, and she doesn't know I'm a virgin. She's like, I can't believe I had to take his virginity away. I mean, I'm all cool with guys being virgins if it's because of their religious beliefs, but if a guy just can't find someone to have sex with him, that's pretty pathetic.
I know what goes on. I mean, the penis enters the vagina, thrust, question mark, profit.
Gee, why aren't women lining up for the night of their lives with this guy? It's like they're not interested in the actual act of sex as much as they are with the social expectation of a man having sex. You know what I mean? Like, they're not interested in actually having intimate intercourse with a woman. It's just about having had sex as a man. Like, that's it. It's weird.
The winds blow, just hear the ocean roar. We're sailing to a better land to be and sell no more. Ahoy, we sail the seas. I'll yell out land ho soon.
Is this like from a documentary? Because I would please like a link to it.
We'll dock on the shores and unzip our drawers and get some hijabi poon.
I'd like to be like a very androgynous Korean guy. Yeah, Vegeta? Who's Vegeta, right? I'm somebody else from the forum. Can you guess who? Let's play a game, Vegeta 2.
I'm shy around people I'm trying to impress because, you know, for me it's just a big game, you know.
Stone Corbell says, guys, you don't have to have sex. If you like just hanging out with your bros, you can just do that. You could even get married to each other now. Sex doesn't have to be involved.
A little nervous about this documentary. I got the 2:30 feeling.
What are you nervous will happen in the documentary?
You're gonna put it on the news and
9 o'clock news.
Investigative reporter
Can't get girls.
uncovering dens of misogyny. She infiltrated their ranks, exposed one of their most outspoken members under the handle of urban white trash.
They say in that Hallelujah song, the one that's like, I heard there was a
Replicant with 100 bits says, it's from the Red Pill documentary? Gotcha. Replicant 2019 says if they don't like women, they're getting what they want. They shouldn't complain.
So, that's my sad little life. What do you guys think?
Doing the pan, I see it as like, you know, abstract art. That's what art is all about. It's like the ultimate art project. It's to kill yourself by jumping onto a pavement and splattering yourself, I think.
Oh my god, he needs so much therapy.
Aren't I cheery?
Think about Mike running a website.
Mike what?
Running a website.
You're running a website?
I don't really run it.
Wait, is this the group that you were telling me about?
Yeah, that's where I met her from, where she
I
posted
didn't know
her
you
message.
ran that.
Yeah, I haven't always ran it.
Go Mike.
What the hell are fresh gays?
Okay, it is the movie The Red Pill. Okay. Today's the 35th anniversary of one of the greatest cult classics ever. Oh, is it Monster Squad? Okay.
But who do you call when you have monsters?
We're the Monster Squad. What's a squad? It's like Miami Vice.
Wolfman's got nards!
They're young and inexperienced.
Naughty virgin.
They're a bit disorganized. Monsters are not real.
We don't know that, sir.
2,000-year-old dead guys do not get up and walk
You haven't seen this one yet? It's good. It's good.
away by themselves. But when strange things start happening...
I think someone did a re-release this year for the anniversary. I'm not sure who, and I haven't picked it up. I'm kind of on a hiatus from picking up any new Blu-rays until all the, you know, wedding stuff is paid for and everything, and we're in a better financial spot.
There's a monster in my closet.
Ooh, look at that big, scary monster!
What's happening? Two ways to kill a werewolf.
Silver bullet?
They're the only ones ready to do battle.
Something's out there that's killing people. And if it's monsters, nobody's gonna do a thing about it but us.
Soon the creatures of the night shall rule the world.
Real monsters? Us? Midnight. In the world, remember? Maybe we can be like Mask Squad instead, you know? 2 mask bombs.
We got a 1035, stick back up! Hurry up!
Or Nature Squad. The book is right. Don't you think it's all true?
By midnight,
You guys!
they won't seem so young anymore. The Monster Squad.
Wolfman's gone mad.
I love that they blow up the werewolf, the Wolfman, and because it's not a silver bullet, his body parts just come back together, because only a silver bullet can kill him. Alright, we've been going for 4 hours. It's probably time to call it a night. Service is still doing a subathon. Or we could, what's Good Jared doing? Oh, starting soon. Hasn't started yet. This is the beginning of the stream. We'll do the Good Jared. Our favorite Hank Hill. Alright. Have a good night, everyone. I'll be back tomorrow. So I hope to see you then. Maybe we'll do crypto stuff and we'll talk about the tornado getting banned, money laundering stuff, maybe. If not, maybe sovereign citizens. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Either way, I'll see you then. Very happy to see you all here today. See you guys later, and have a wonderful night.
It's got one.